What's up? My name is Eric, spelled with an E. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People and a real icon of the internet. Sure, almost nobody knows me, but someday maybe they will. Wouldn't that be exciting? Yes. Until then, we'll just have to tough it out in obscurity. Got a pretty good day's sleep today. I tried to tell a bedtime story earlier. Hi, JJ. Nice to see you. But as soon as I got into bed, it's like I fell right asleep. I just couldn't even begin a bedtime story. What's up, my people? Not much. Am I a skinwalker in disguise? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Rachel Prober, you're not first. You're actually fourth. Hey, watch the show Skinwalker Ranch. I have. I've watched the whole show. Watched every episode of it already. So that's really the question is not so much am I a cryptid, but which cryptid am I? Xavier Rodriguez, I think, has a good guess here. Skinwalker. I believe, Xavier Rodriguez, you were actually second, because JJ put two things before you, but she's still just one person. Rachel Prober, you were third. But talk about Travis Taylor. Who's Travis Taylor? Also talk about Dragon. Who's Dragon? Rachel Prober, shut up. Are you talking to me? Well, I'm not going to shut up, but well, I do remember the show. Is Travis Taylor like the science guy who tries to be the rationalist about the whole thing? Is Dragon the guy whose phone kept acting up? I was definitely tired, Labola. Unfortunately, I can always count on you to be here for every minute of every live stream. Okay, so science guy, I thought he was very well cast, right? Like you've got somebody, hey Anthony is, how's it going? You got somebody who's filling the role of science guy. I didn't mean to fall asleep on stream. I meant to tell a bedtime story. Almost always when I tell a bedtime story, I finish the story, end the stream, and then go to sleep. I got into bed. I don't even think I could barely start the story. I just fell right asleep. Eric, all will turn out fine. Stop worrying. I don't believe I'm worrying. How was my nap? It was wonderful. No Face Nation says, wait, hold on. Are you at P Diddy's house right now? No, I'm at my house. If P Diddy were here, I would put on a towel and hit him in the head with a vase. Or a vase. It depends. P Diddy's innocent. He didn't do it. Well, he did hit that chick in that video, right? No, what about the president of Iran? Yeah, that's on Diddy. you know. But no, I don't drink alcohol. I quit alcohol over 10 years ago. Haven't had a drink since. I abstained completely from it. Rachel, like, almost never drinks alcohol, but she can. Like, you know. Grandpa likes Diddy. Oh, really? Interesting, Putty Cat. I do what I want to the fans. That's good. I wish you luck. The end is coming so slick. I'd rather smoke a blunt over a drink any day. Well, me too nowadays. But oh, can I dunk like b-ball? No, I cannot dunk. Um I jump I jump up off the ground like only this high. I'm not good at jumping. Um Dab Daddy 99 bowl time. I agree. I haven't actually smoked any weed since I got up from my sleeping. So Iranian president Matthew Alistair. The mushrooms were great last night. I had a wonderful time. You know, it wasn't a super hard trip, but it had very minimal mushroom disruption. You know, like it's always the case for the first hour and a half after I eat it until it fully kicks in or so. I feel disrupted somewhat, maybe nauseous a little bit. Last night I had the very minimum amount of that, and once that initial phase passed, I was super, super clean trip the whole way through. Yo slick, you're so edgy, bro. No Diddy. Well, yeah, I have no interest in Diddy. I never did. I always thought this man clearly has no talent whatsoever. The fact that he's an exploitative predator kind of person, well, that makes him awful. But he was already awful for being in the music industry without a shred of talent. Please shut up to me. Please shout out to me. I'm a big fat fan. I do what I want to the fans. Your name is interesting. Um, what is it that you want to do to the fans? P Diddy took me shopping and didn't touch me. He's innocent. He told me. Uh, Eric, are you a boobs or butt guy? I'm a boobs guy, but I like butt too. You know, who doesn't? It's okay because the thermostat got stuck, so now I walk and drink. My thermostat's not working at the other house either. He's not smoking. He's inhaling medicinal properties of vapor. The vapes I have are nicotine vapes because I quit smoking about 3 weeks ago. The uh, bong rips are weed though. Hey, what up, brother? Big fan. Just wondering if you saw the furious maths debater said about you on a stream today. No, I've never even heard of the furious maths debater. I'm curious. If I make you a mod temporarily, can you link it? And I'll unmod you. The lives of Raisi and Foreign Minister Hussein Amiradolahanian were at risk, which happened on the way back from a visit to border with Azerbaijan. It's very rare that people survive a helicopter crash. Do you think we're going to witness a World War III? I really don't know. I don't think so. I'm going to say no, but it's hard to say. Um, You're cool. Thanks. I do what I want to the fans. Ooh, drama, says Xavier. I don't know. It depends what he said, I guess. I enjoyed the mushrooms a lot. Um, it was the right amount. It was a very fun trip. Would you rather be abducted by aliens or stuck on a poo poo cruise with no electric? Aliens. You're cool. I am cool. Thank you. We are cool. We are cool. I managed to try the dab. I have concentrate. You're cool. Yeah, I'm seven. If I donate $2, can I be a mod? No. I'm just asking for educational purposes. Is it felt good? The mushrooms did feel good last night, but they don't always. Sometimes they make me kind of nauseous and stuff. It depends on the occasion. When he hits the bong, no flocking by Kodak plays in my head. Eric, you belong in Alaska. You are back, Jameson Boyer. I'm seven. That's what my name is. That's what how my name is. And I'm very popular in school and I make a lot of money and you're cool. Well, thanks. I do what I want to the fans. And I don't know if I where are my parents? My parents are dead, and number five. I sadly am an orphan. I'm little orphan Annie. In the graveyard. They're actually in my garage. Block who? Both of my parents' ashes are in the garage. They both got cremated. Um, how you been, my G? I've been great, man. Things are really good. Wally says, I said before that if aliens existed, they colonize us like Brits. Nothing good will come. Like all pastors think of non-believers. Yes, you can have a shout out. I thought you said you were very popular. I do what I want to the fans. You are hereby shouted out. There's no freezer. They're just ashes in boxes, or one of them's in an urn, one of them's in a box. You don't have to freeze ashes. And a Noah 5 keeps his parents tied up in the garage so they can never leave him. Wonderful. The Anunnaki shit is messing with my brain. What's Anunnaki? Because they are not ashes, you are filthy. They are ashes, and I'm not particularly filthy. I do what I want to the fans, can leave if they don't feel this is appropriate for them. When I start a stream, it always asks me, is this for kids? I always say no. Okay? But it's additionally the case that um, this is life, you know? YouTube kind of freaks out if I like would smoke cigarettes on camera. Well, I mean, kids go through the world and they see people smoking cigarettes out in the world. In California, they may very well, almost certainly do see at every one of their parents' parties or whatever, adults smoking weed. So I don't mean to be encouraging it. I'm not modeling a behavior that I want others to emulate or something. I'm just living my regular life. This is not for kids, but um, it's also not uh, 21 over or whatever. It may not be appropriate for kids all the time. That's why I clicked the button. No, it's not for kids. However, I'm not going to kick out people just because they're young. Is one in the urn because I like that parent better? No, one's in an urn because I didn't realize you didn't have to buy an urn until after my first parent died. You can just get if you don't want to buy an urn, because I was imagining we were just going to take these ashes to Missouri and bury them in the family plot, but basically, my aunt gave me permission to stop caring about that for indefinitely. I understand it as How could my parents possibly care whether I put them in the ground or not? They're dead. It was an incredible relief to me when my aunt basically said, "It's okay, Eric. You don't have to be freaking out about the fact that you haven't buried your parents yet. I'm not going to their funeral." I was like, "Oh, well, if you're not going, then and you don't care, then why am I stressing out so much about this?" Uni House says, "My grandpa smokes 2 packs of cigarettes a day and he's still alive." Yeah, I used to smoke cigarettes until less than a month ago, but I quit right before my 53rd birthday, and I haven't had one since. And I'm glad I quit smoking cigarettes, but it's also the case that there's a bit of an asterisk around there which says, assuming I eventually stop smoking vape, because I don't know if this is more healthy or not, really. I can't tell. On some ways it seems more healthy, in some ways it doesn't. Stress is a killer. AA Ron says stress is duh. Weed made me go bald. Is that what did it? Is that what happened? Oh, well, that explains it. Louisiana is poised to become the first state requiring display of the Ten Commandments at all schools that receive public funding, including colleges and universities. I don't think that will withstand court scrutiny, but what do I think about Islam in the West? I think it's like a turd in a bowl of soup. It doesn't belong there. It's ruined the soup. Who's shitting? Can we be friends? I'm your best GME's Miss Weasley. Of course, sure, we can be friends. I try to be at least casually friendly with everybody who comes around here and isn't, you know, a complete asswipe. Even the asswipes I try to get along with. Islam. Samba Ball asks, "What do you think about Islam in the West?" I think it's like finding a turd in your soup. Islam is anathema to free and civil society. It's a practice, as is practiced by moderate Muslims around the world. It is an example of pre Enlightenment thinking. A free and civil society must always prioritize the secular over the sacred. And Islam doesn't seem to get that. Muslims don't seem to get that. Well, cool. So Uni Haas says, "I'm a Muslim and I respect your point of view." Well, that's the best way to prove me wrong. And not all Muslims, right? I try to treat each individual like an individual. If you are Muslim, you are welcome here and will be treated just like everybody else. However, if you ask me about how Islam fits into a secular Western society, my answer is it doesn't. So, it's also the case that my daughter, back when she was in high school, briefly dated or went out on a date or two with a Muslim boy. And I don't know exactly what happened, but um, she was shocked and appalled, you know? So I don't know exactly what happened, but it was some sort of rather aggressive, unwanted advances were that required a lot of no before that was respected, you know? So that had nothing to do with my perspective on Muslims, but I think it's reflective of what happens when you try to codify groupist shit, which is like women are meow. How many judges has Biden appointed? He hasn't appointed any Supreme Court judges. Yeah, I just woke up not that long ago. Hate is evil. I agree. We're all humans. Muslims, Jews, Christians, atheists, whatever, right? In as far as individuals go, I could not agree with you more. I will evaluate and judge each individual on their merits, whether it does not matter if they're Muslim, Christian, or anything. Okay, but your question wasn't about Muslims; it was about Islam. And the thing that concerns me about Islam is stuff like what happened in Egypt. Egypt's a relatively moderate Islamic country, and yet you had massive protests trying to demand the U.S. deport an American citizen who made a movie making fun of Muhammad to Egypt to be put to death for it. That's not that's that's not 21st century thinking, right? And you're not talking about what? All right. Jesus Christ. Where is this fucker? I forgot that. I made a I made this guy temporarily a mod because I wanted him to post a link to this thing where he said somebody was talking about me. And he timed somebody out. Unbelievable. He didn't put the link and then he timed somebody out. A lot of you, like my family, had to make significant sacrifices to get your kids to school. Like what? Dropping them off? Where is this guy? Find him again. EA Sports. It's in the game. How are my two fine people here? Um, Rachel's upstairs chatting with Lou and somebody else. Uh, I am. Ever consider growing a mullet? No. She's got everyone wrapped around her finger. Woe's a girl you want. I will never be her. No, I'm not the perfect lover, and I can tell you love her. I can tell you love her, love her. She feels like so. Okay, it's your favorite song? Biden meant college, but I don't think he made sacrifices. Yeah, I don't think he made sacrifices. Um, I think going to college is sacrificing 4 perfectly good years for no purpose. What in the? Can you believe that fucker? What? It's like, oh my god. Can I trust anybody to do the basic thing that a sane human being would do? Like, you know, he tells me about this. Have you heard this guy talking about you in this video? I'm like, no. Can you link it? Let me make your mod briefly. He doesn't link it. Then I forget about it, and then all of a sudden he's um timed out Putty Cat for nothing. What in the world is he thinking? I wonder if this furious math debater has has a YouTube channel or just a TikTok channel. Well, I don't see anything that appears to be related to me at all on his TikTok channel. Let's see if there's a YouTube channel by the same name. Okay, well, I've never really looked at TikTok before. Are these in order of most recent to least recent? I don't like the way this is organized. It doesn't even say the date anywhere. Well, I don't know. I'm not just gonna try looking at all these things randomly and I don't know what they're talking about. So I can't figure out if that's actually the case, but we had a stream. I was looking at shorts, I guess. Let's see, like, do they have live streams? I don't, I don't know. I guess they do have live streams, but I'm looking for this guy's live streams. And don't see any way to like determine their lives or whatever, you know? Does anybody know how to do this? Let me show you what I'm looking at. Hi, Putty Cat. Hi, Kevo. Joe Sloan. William. I'm trying to figure out how to find this TikTok person's live, but it's not organized sensibly. I don't like. Okay, so this is this person, the furious math debater. But is this like his channel? How do I how do I find his live streams? Do they store live streams, previous old live streams? Okay, I don't want this discover here. Let me see if I can just get rid of discover and just go furious math debater. 404. Furious maths debater. I'm assuming I don't want to log into your stupid fucking website, TikTok. God. Alright, forget TikTok. It just is stupid and makes no sense. I do not get it. I do not like it. I do not want it. TikTok, go away. You can take Instagram and all those other things with you too. Alright, let me see what's going on here. I'm trying to find where the BO smell is coming from. It's not from me at the moment, actually, surprisingly. Usually I stink, but not now. Folks, Trump isn't running to lead America. He's running for revenge. Revenge is no way to lead the country. You can't build a future on revenge. Revenge for what? Yes, weed is legal where I live in California, in America. Some places in America it's still illegal. Some places it's legal. Yeah, I have lots of weed, and I'm growing weed in the backyard. So it's fine. Kevo says, my giat. Sad Sadonkey says, can you fondle my balls? The answer is no. Your giat is rizzing me? Boy. To quote, I believe it was Exhibit. Bitch, please. You must have a mental disease. Assume the position and get back. down on your knees. Because, Kevo, when you hold up your Riz at its maximum glow, it looks like the pitch darkness of space beside the Riz that is the son of Eric, you know? Um, don't ask me. I do not use TikTok. I mean, me neither. Kids use it, you know. Drugs are bad, okay? Oh, well, you know, some of them are sometimes, etc. But me doing drugs is wonderful. I don't do fentanyl or any of that kind of stuff. I'll put it in the game here in the another tab so I can see what's going on. Wow. T Wolves came back and reclaimed the lead. They were down by like 12 points last I looked. Now it's a 4 point game. T Wolves at the charity stripe. And 6:21 left. The last 6:21 of an NBA game takes as long as the whole previous part of the game. Grandpa, please come home. Smoking that Diddy pack. Grandpa smoking that Diddy pack. Grandpa, I can't have you at Diddy's. Zolman says, where's my hot wife? My hot wife's upstairs talking with a couple of channel people, Lou and Kami. I think they're talking about Enneagram. Okay, don't repeat yourself endlessly, No Face Nation. Okay, you are now getting timed out for spamming. 1 minute timeout for spamming. What's my opinion on Bitcoin? I think it is still a very good investment. I think assorted cryptos are generally a very good investment still, as long as you're looking for a long-term investment. What other drugs do I use? What do you got? Here's what I don't do. I don't do any opiates or opioids, and I don't do any alcohol. I completely abstain from those things. I mean, technically, I don't completely abstain from opiates or opioids. If I had like dental surgery, I might take one of the Vicodins or something. They make me feel sick, so I really don't like them. I'm not. She's not unadded or added. She's just doing something else right now. What's the best advice you give somebody? The advice I would give to anybody really is the one piece of advice I think that universalizes that I give to people when they ask for advice is poop when you can. Don't don't wait till you have to poop. If you can poop now, poop now. Um, Matthew Huck says I invest in gold and silver, real currency. Okay, well, gold and silver is not currency. Gold and silver is are precious metals, and part of the reason that they're precious metals is because both metals work so well as a currency because they have the fundamental qualities of a current that a currency needs, namely divisibility, low melting point, and scarcity and uncounterfeitability. You need those three things to be an effective currency. However, you'll note that the same qualities for a currency are best attained, much better attained in, say, Bitcoin than in gold or silver. Bitcoin is infinitely divisible, more or less, and it's uncounterfeitable, and its scarcity is both definite, fully known, and planned. So if you're looking for currencies, uh, I like that advice. Liam LCCY. It's either one day or day one. It's the sort of thing. It's such a simple little sentence, right? But it gives it initiates a cascade of interesting thoughts. Um, Matthew also has platinum. We have gold, silver, platinum, and palladium. Palladium's fine, but you have to work a little harder to sell it, right? Than gold or silver. And you get a little bit less than full market value for it. So I also used to be a um I used to be a poop delayer as well. And I've gotten better about it as I've gotten older. But I've also gotten more naturally constipated as I've gotten older, which is to say, I would say I'm eating less vegetables and stuff, and I'm more sedentary, so my poops are harder. But I devote more attention and energy to pooping, so I'm actually better overall. Uh, the thing is about that, Matthew. Matthew says you can only mine so much Bitcoin. True, that's specifically Bitcoin, and that's part of the planned and known scarcity that I was talking about. But then he says, how reliable is digital when when somebody can hack it and take it from you? Well, it is the case that presumably somebody could steal Bitcoin from a digital wallet of some sort, possibly, somewhat of a challenge. But what what can't happen is that the blockchain be hacked in a way that generates counterfeit instances of the thing. And that's what you got to worry about. As far as the theft part goes, well, gold and silver are also, potentially subject to that kind of theft. If you have a physical digital wallet, um, it could be stolen. That could be cracked. You could gain access to it. Um, sure, you have banks, but and that's fine if you want to keep gold, silver, platinum, palladium in a safety deposit box. That makes sense, right? But what I'm saying is you could also put your physical digital wallet in in a safety deposit box if you wanted to. Best poop of my life was from taking shrooms. Do people thrift from steal from ATMs? Here thieves take whole ATMs. No. Uh there that problem's been solved here. It's not that that never occurred, but not anymore. It's more or less impossible to steal an ATM. They're just not put places so much anymore where anybody could possibly steal them. There's a lot of security cameras. You could be very difficult to get away with it. I think there's probably still theft where somebody approaches somebody at an ATM and holds them at gunpoint and requires them to take out money from their account and give it to them. That kind of ATM theft, I think, probably still occurs relatively often. But I don't know. I don't pay that much attention to crime reports. So the thing about crypto, as far as like what should be in your crypto portfolio, I think Bitcoin's obviously a very safe choice, but you're looking, I believe, realistically right now at a ceiling of doubling your money within the next few years, right? Bitcoin's not going to get over 150,000 in the next 3 or 4 years, I don't think. So, but I think it will get up to about 120. Accordingly, I think it's currently around 60. So, it's a smart investment. If you could invest $50,000 in Bitcoin now, I believe you can rather confidently assume in 3 or 4 years it's going to be worth 100 grand. But um, Bitcoin is not based on stock value. Yeah, well, can you use it physically to barter? No, it doesn't have a physical component. In other words, its its value is reliant on the digital ecosystem not going completely black, right? No, it's not based on stock value. I mean, and the reason we know this is because look at the difference between how the SEC has treated Bitcoin and other cryptos. The SEC acknowledges that Bitcoin is a commodity like gold or silver and not um, a stockholder thing. Cryptos after Bitcoin often offered initial coin offerings, and the SEC says that makes them the equivalent of a stock, right? And they need to be treated differently accordingly. Bitcoin is not a scam. Bitcoin is a brilliant idea that somebody had to make the perfect currency. Has no physical form, infinitely divisible, more or less, and you can have known and planned scarcity. Everything you need for a currency. Its value will be determined entirely by market forces. Anybody can mine it. Back in the day, imagine back at the beginning, anybody can mine it. Anybody who does is taking a bet that for some reason, somehow, this thing's going to be worth money, right? Um, and it is. It's worth money for a variety of reasons, right? It does work as a currency. There are countries that currently acknowledge it as legal tender in their country. A couple of them. Additionally, it works as currency like this. You can use Bitcoin to buy any other crypto. And if anybody wants to buy your crypto from you, they can buy it in Bitcoin. This links to a distinct and actual utility that gold and silver will never be able to compete with. You can use Monero to buy whatever you want on the dark web. All the smart drug dealers are buying their drugs on Monero, buying their drugs on the dark web with Monero, and then selling them to people for fiat currency, Federal Reserve notes, right? How can you buy Monero? You can only buy it with other crypto. What's the default? What's the gold standard for crypto? Bitcoin. If I want to buy Monero on, say, Coinbase, I'm fucked. Americans aren't allowed to buy Monero. However, if I have a digital wallet, it doesn't matter. I don't have to buy it on Coinbase. I can go buy it anywhere, right, on the internet with my Bitcoin in my digital wallet that's independent of any specific site. And now I've got Monero in a digital wallet. Then I use the Onion router to go on the dark web, and I can buy web drugs off the dark web. I've never done this, but I know it can be done. Okay, so why does crypto have value, real value? Well, for one thing, it's the only way to buy black market drugs on the web. It's the only real currency in that regard. You can't buy black market drugs on the web with gold or silver. The other thing is, it's important to understand how tokens work too. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency, but most of these other things that we talk about are not. They're tokens. Now, the way a token works is like this. I've got some kind of an ecosystem. It could be a blockchain ecosystem, like say, we've got a protocol here that saves this many fractions of a second off of every blockchain query, and by reorganizing the way that the blocks and the blockchains information is the ask and retrieval process of information or something. So some of them are architectural like that. Like, we improve this blockchain process with this ecosystem. If you want to use this ecosystem, you have to spend a little bit of money, right? You have to spend a little bit of money no matter what. We're saying, spend it here. It's a better ecosystem. Well, of course, this ecosystem only accepts money in the form of Wonder Points. Wonder Points is a blockchain token that is specific to this ecosystem. All of the exchanges within the ecosystem use Wonder Points. How much are Wonder Points worth? Essentially nothing. Okay? But you have to have some to do anything. And to get them, you have to buy them. What can you buy them with? Bitcoin. Potentially fiat currency. But that would be harder. Even if you were going to do fiat, you'd probably get something like a stable coin, like crypto USD, which is married to the value of the dollar. One crypto USD is always worth exactly $1. So now, because you decided to use this ecosystem for some blockchain processing thing you're doing, you have purchased some Wonder Points at, 1 million Wonder Points for 1 cent or something. And all of a sudden, Wonder Points actually have value. Let's say your ecosystem, though, is not a blockchain thing. It doesn't have to be. There are these things called, or they're different kind of meme coins, but meme combat. Meme combat is a token that's available that you use to participate in and earn by participating in an ecosystem that basically it's like a game of some kind where I don't know exactly how it works, but basically different memes are pitted against one another in some kind of popularity contest, and perhaps there's some kind of wagering going on about it too in the game economy, right? The game economy uses meme combat tokens to play the game. Therefore, and participate in the game economy, you need to buy those game tokens. You don't need to necessarily, it's not like in-game purchases kind of a thing, because presumably once you buy some of those, then if you perform well in the game, you can accumulate more without buying anymore, right? More importantly, the more people who participate in this, the more demand there is to purchase meme combat tokens. So the tokens you have become worth more money. So that ecosystem there is dependent on people wanting to play this game. If people do want to play the game, then the tokens definitely will have value. And at that point, once tokens have value for a real reason, then they become attractive investments potentially, right? And then they accrue value for a different reason because people think they're going to get more valuable and they have FOMO or they just want to take advantage of an opportunity or whatever, you know. For people who think that crypto is some kind of pyramid scheme, what they don't get is that quality of it, that quality of speculation. I want to invest in this because I think it's going to get a lot more valuable, not because I appreciate its value inherently. That does occur, and that is the sort of thing that's consistent with bubbles, pyramid schemes, you know, etc. But it's only consistent with that when the first part doesn't occur. The first part does occur with crypto. It, interestingly, kind of least with Bitcoin. Everything else has some utility and links its value to that. I mean, yeah, sure, crypto is very volatile. If you want a stable investment, crypto is not what you're looking for. If you are going to sit there and watch it go up and down and up and down and wring your hands about it, don't invest in crypto. It's it's you got two possible ways to invest in crypto that are good. One of them is to be very active. In other words, set up buy and sell points, be essentially a day trader. And if you're very good at that, you can make a lot of money doing that because of the volatility. But you have to be very good at reading the volatility, knowing where the bottom is, where the top is, right? Before it changes. I'm not good at that. I played around on Coinbase for a while, a couple months. I ended up being down $76 or something. However, my daughter, I think, just buys and holds. I encouraged her to buy ADA when it was at 38 cents and then again at 44 cents. I think she bought a little bit at 38 and then more at 44. I told her to sell it when it doubled, but who knows if she will or she doesn't. She sometimes listens to me, sometimes doesn't. But she probably has, I would guess, you know, five to 10 grams somewhere in there of ADA purchased mostly at 44 cents. Well, because I took a loss on my crypto, and most importantly, because I only invested a total of $1,000 into Bitcoin, into a Coinbase, and played around with that for a few months and then removed it. I'm not worried about the IRS. I took a approximately $100 loss, had only $1,000 total currency invested. It's not enough to attract their attention. And plus, I honestly lost, you know, 42 million%. Yeah, well, I mean, that's true, but I would point out Uni House that the you know there's still room for it to before it tops out of value, and who knows where it's going to top out, but uh this much of the growth that it has in it has been done, and this much is left, you know. Let's see here. Depending on people being misled about what. Sashu, Eric, how are you always ranting? I don't think I'm ranting right now. Nice 66. What up, people? Not much, nice 66. JK. What are you JKing about? I sound like a paid advertisement for crypto. I don't even own any. I have no crypto. We have precious metals. Not a shit ton of them, but we own real estate. But my daughter has crypto, but I don't have any. I'm too fussy for that kind of volatility. It makes me uncomfortable. Why, hello, says Crystal Miller. I would say if you've got a decent amount of capital, the best investment is actually real estate income property because, first of all, real estate is also likely to appreciate possibly a lot within not that many years. Okay. It seems to me the price of real property hasn't factored in the inflationary adjustment post COVID like most everything else has. So that's a good reason to think it's going to appreciate. Additionally, because property is a good investment, it appreciates because it attracts so much investment money, which means you got fewer people actually living in the houses they buy, and and a big pressure on the supply and demand thing, you know. Les Claypool says, "Good to see you got some rest." Yes, I did. Got a good day's sleep. You know, I think it's one person, and they've I read an article. I think it was on Wired. They believe they know who it is. Um, it's a Silicon Valley guy, like a white guy, even though he's got the name Satoshi. I think that's a good point as well, Krista Miller, is, you know, anticipating where currently rural property will become within a few years exurbs is uh, an excellent way to have property that just appreciates. The thing is, if you're just buying land, if you're going to do it like that, and you're just buying land, then that's a different kind of real property investing. Then you're investing in the buy and hold speculation approach. You're going to get your return on your investment purely from the appreciated value of the land, which you're going to hold until the developer wants to buy it, right? On the other hand, if you purchase a house, a land with house on it, then it too has the opportunity to appreciate, although not as high a ceiling there because you're not buying undeveloped land that's currently unwanted, you know, like, or little demand for it, anticipating that when yeah having this construction, that construction over there, then this area will be developed for exurbs, and that's when I'll sell this land. You know, if you buy land that already has a house on it, then you know that you're not going to have any of that uh, return on investment potential from that specific thing. But your properties, if you pick one, you can pick one that you say, I think this is going to appreciate. I think this is underpriced for the current market, and I think this market's going to get stronger in the coming years. But if it has a house on it, you can also say, I will rent this and get monthly income from it. That's the advantage of investing in real property that, say, most stocks, gold or silver, and crypto don't afford you. Some stocks have dividends, but um, ideally, you want an investment that both, in my mind, that both appreciates and generates income. If you were rich, you wouldn't be here? Really? I mean, are you sure? I don't think having money changes what you like to do. If you like to watch YouTube, I bet even if you had a lot of money, you'd still watch a lot of YouTube. You might you might have different tastes in YouTube because you got rich. Like you went from watching stuff like this to watching videos about which brand of caviar is best. Who's taking financial advice from this burnout? Um, I don't know if anybody's taking financial advice. I'm not giving financial advice. I'm discussing my own strategy for finances. I really wasn't quite high this morning. I was very tired. I was falling asleep. Hit the gritty. Okay, I will. So, for the record, Lowell, I'm merely articulating why I'm taking the approach I'm taking to investing, not suggesting it as advice for anybody. I am not inclined to be a financial advisor. I don't know enough about it. I mean, what's stopping you from walking around and looking at stuff right now, Jose? You're saying you don't want to look at stuff near you. You want to have to travel someplace to look at something. Traveling's tiring and expensive and not that fun. Yeah, finances are complicated for sure, for sure. But my my thinking on it for us is simply what I said. Like, let's get something that's likely to appreciate, be a good investment in that sense, but also something that can hopefully generate reliable monthly income as a rental property. And at least we can know that we're not going to be subject to a lot of volatility because we're not currently in some kind of housing bubble. In fact, I feel very strongly that the house we got for 270, 275 is was underpriced. It was an excellent deal and will be worth 400 within a couple of years, you know. Because also um it's the case that the point was, Sashi, I already understood exactly what I was doing. I took the last Adderalls I'd taken were yesterday when I got up, okay? When the the juice of it was kind of slowing down at the nighttime, that's when I made a decision to take mushrooms instead of one of two other possibilities. I could have instead said, I'm going to take half a benzo now, two gabapentins, a couple of Benadryls, and try to go to sleep before I'm really super tired. Uh, try to override the Adderall. Or I could take mushrooms, which also keep you awake, and I could ride out the uppedness from the Adderall all the way to the end and fall asleep when I was actually naturally tired rather than trying to force the issue earlier. Or the third option, presumably at that point in the night before I took the mushrooms, was if I were going to take more Adderall and say, I want to just party all night, I would have to have taken it then. Okay. So, so by the time you said that in the morning, of course I hadn't taken any more Adderall because I had this whole fucking thing planned out in detail. The idea that you could possibly know better than me or that I was going to make some mistake or something. I I'm an excellent drug user. I did all these calculations before I took the mushrooms. So it worked out exactly as planned. In the morning, people are like, oh my God, you're so blasted. No, I was so genuinely tired and ready to go to bed. But like Eric always, I just keep playing until I actually just fall asleep. Of course, I wasn't going to take more Adderall, you know? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear about your cat. Okay, well, then you should understand well, Sashu, how silly it would be if I were to suggest something like that to you, not knowing all the background info that I just told you about me, that I'm sure you do as well, right? How silly would it be for me to presume that you hadn't already calculated all this out? Yeah, well, that is long, but I lost a cat one time, and she came came back. We'd moved; it was a new environment, and then she came back around me. I saw her 2 weeks after I lost her, and unfortunately, um, she I couldn't get her to like. I should have like locked her up right then, but I didn't, and she ran away again, got scared or something, and I never saw her again. I assume she got a new family, hopefully. Anthony says, I suck at doing drugs, so I only do drungs. Smart. You don't know this cat. He was a dumb cat, not street smart at all. Yeah, well, I mean, I believe your instincts on this. An owner kind of knows deep in their heart when their pet is gone. A certain kind of intuition to it. It's really sad. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm much more empathetic when people tell me about a pet dying than when they tell me about a loved one human dying, I think. I may be more sympathetic for the latter, but yeah, well, Sashu, I get it. It's also just sort of the specific cat. Like Capio was raised very, like, spoiledy, I guess, but she's actually very street smart. Maybe because we moved when she was still pretty young and she had to get accustomed to that new move. I thought I lost a chicken a while back. She was hiding in my garage. Your kitty may still come back. Don't give up hope. All right. Well, Crystal Miller, it's a tough equation, that giving up hope thing. Um, it might be easier on you emotionally to try to process the loss, you know? Hey, James from my little hoodie. We're dropping the hardest hoodies in the game. I, I'm not really looking for um, brand relationships with brands, but I will go to your channel and see. Okay, well, is this actually a brand of clothes, like hoodies you make? Do you have like a website or something? I'll tell you what, James. I will make you a moderator temporarily. Okay, if you have any link you'd like to put to your hoodie making website or whatever, you made me curious. I don't seek out any kind of promoting opportunities or something like that. Or used to be in this YouTube club, special YouTube club for important YouTube people. I got on it with my, not this channel, but with my shorts channel, Minis Club. And I one time was, they hold these various things, right? Like these online meetings that are either like a symposium on copyright policy or an opportunity to meet with brands. That was what this one was. It was an opportunity to meet with brands, and I you had to go to one of these things every quarter or something like that, or you maybe could get kicked out of the YouTube club. So I'm like, well, I guess I better go to this thing. And I went to it, and I endured a little bit of it. And that was the day I realized I don't even want to be in this YouTube club. Ugh. But it would be entirely different if instead of me being presented with an opportunity to meet with brands, if some brand were to come here and say, hey, I just stopped by your live stream randomly, which is what I think, but I'm trying to sell these hoodies. Can you like talk about it or something? And I'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting. That's how I want it to go. I don't want to have an opportunity to meet with brands. If brands want to talk to me, they should come to my live stream like everybody else. No, I don't want to mess around with my hair, okay? The reason my hair is like this is because this is the least amount of effort that I can put into my hair. That is the criterion for my hair. It needs to require zero effort. Hi, Captain Kirk. It's your first time here, but not your first time in my life. I grew up watching you on Star Trek. Big dog mofos, yes. Oh, there's the hoodies link. Let's check it out. I'll show it on the camera. It's a Woody hoodie. What in the world? It's for a cucumber? Oh, it's for your penis. I see. What a great idea. Now, this is a product I am absolutely willing to promote. What a great idea. I didn't even realize how uncool my dick looked until I saw this. I can't believe I'm letting my wonderful dick go around completely undressed instead of having it rep this fantastic little sweater. Do I want this? Yes. Why doesn't it cost money? It should. I would gladly pay the $20 for it. I'm getting one right now. Why is it free? Why can't I pay $20 for it? All right, well, if for whatever reason they don't want to give it for free, I'll just take it for free, I guess. Okay, I got the shipping costs. That's fine. Yeah, there we go. It isn't free. It costs $20 if you want it. Oh no, they don't have faster shipping. They just have slow shipping. I don't need two. I only have one penis. If somebody buys 3 of these, I'm curious. Somebody upgrades to 4 free, 5 free. What have they got going on underneath their pants? Where's my, just auto load my card? Google, what's going on? I gotta look at it. You're supposed to auto put that. What are you doing? There. Now it auto puts it. Mystery box for 680, huh? All right, I'm gonna get the mystery box. I think Rachel likes mystery boxes. What? That's fine. So I did accidentally end up getting an extra one for $5.20. That's fine. I didn't I don't like the way that after I got the mystery box, I got kind of tricked into getting an extra hoodie, but my overall total is only $21, so whatever. I don't want you to email me news and offers. Continue shopping? No, I don't want to continue shopping. I've bought all the penis clothes I need. You know what? I have to say, $20 extremely well spent. Um, I'm excited to get this stuff. I'm excited. This will be fun to receive. I'll receive it. Also, I like the fact that I'm not going to get it for 2 to 3 weeks. That's old school. Like, normally, shit, you order it, it comes in like a few days. I'll forget about this before I get it, and it'll make it extra exciting. Yeah, I'll give the extra one to some random person. Hey, I have a present for you. I think you're gonna like it. Here you go. What is it? It's a hoodie for your dick. And they're gonna be like, really? Thank you so much. Well, James from My Little Hoodie, I have to say, great concept, very effective website, easy to buy shit. Uh, Also, very effective at getting you to think it's free first and then you pay for it. Which I don't really like that stuff, but it works. So, who can blame you? And what a wonderful way to promote it as well. Instead of trying to hire somebody to be like a paid promotion guy, you just go find somebody who's interested in just checking out your link and let the awesomeness of your product sell itself. Kudos to you, sir. I think you're going to be a very successful business person. My wife is also my Dick Hoodie, but you know, sometimes I have to walk from the shower to the bed, and I don't want my dick to get cold in between the warmth of the shower and the warmth of the wife. I so much want a Dick Hoodie, Nabob says. My parents took mine away without permission. John rids that gyat, me skibbity by skibbity, and I'll cook if I let you phantom text just because you don't like the way another Sigma goon. Fair enough. Hugo the Goat is racist to Aussies. Hugo the Goat, you need to start respecting Australia, okay? Australia has the Great Barrier Reef. Nobody else has even a good barrier reef. Australia gives us the Socceroos and the Matildas. Very exciting additions to any World Cup slate. Stop dissing the wonderful country of Australia. I don't know if you've heard, but they speak English just like America. Somebody report this guy. He's racist to Australians. He's, I guess, one of those self-hating Australians. If you're an Australian, you need to get over your racism against Australia. Won't do you any good to hate yourself. How's those cats treating things down under? That's apparently what they do say, John. I've never been there, but I imagine going there and arriving, like walking downtown, and just the sound of town. And it's just, good eye, good eye, good eye, shrimp on the barbie, shrimp on the barbie. Just all nonstop. That's what that kind of local color is what makes it such a charming place. Well, what does not kill you in Australia? Wallabies. Wallabies don't kill you. I'm pretty sure kangaroos don't kill you unless you get in a boxing match with them. Um, sure, there are some birds that don't kill you in Australia. The Australian murder bird is not among them, of course. Equipped with fangs, talons, venom, poison, and everything else you can imagine. Kangaroos can beat your ass, and wallabies have sharp ass claws. Really? Wallabies are the thing that make the square poops, right? Koalas apparently are quite vicious. I don't know if they can kill a man. I don't think they're that fast, right? You can probably run away from a koala. Well, I think you'll get infected wounds because they don't have marsupial, like scratches or bites are almost starting to get infected. They call me Kirby Koala. Do they? Who are they? They call you that. They have big crocodiles, saltwater crocodiles, I think, in freshwater like rivers. You know, in America, we enjoy the natural order of things. If you're freshwater, you have to be an alligator, and therefore are not that dangerous. Australian saltwater crocodiles don't seem to understand the rules. They're saltwater crocodiles. Why are they in fresh water? You know? I guess maybe while the indigenous people in Australia have learned English, the crocodiles still only speak the indigenous language. I learned not long ago, just less than a week ago, that apparently it's no longer considered acceptable to refer to the indigenous people of Australia as Aborigines. Magpies is horribly racist. Sharks have been found in the rivers of America. River sharks? What's next? Land sharks? Say the N word. Watch out, watch out. I'm going to say the N word. You better watch out. Everybody get your triggers out because I'm going to say the N word. I think a good song would be called I'm Going to Say the N word, in which all of the lyrics in the song continually express how you're going to say the N word. And then, the song ends without you ever actually saying it. In just a couple moments now, I'll say it. I'm going to say the N word. 4 more bars is all you got to wait before I say the N word. It's like a 2-minute song. And if you want to hear me say it, now start it again, because the N word's on its way. And people loop it, and it just cleanly loops right back into the beginning. Featuring Gary in disguise. His name is Gregory in disguise. I see the guy who got attacked by a mountain lion on YouTube. No. I didn't even know there were any mountain lions on YouTube. I've been just blithely streaming here, unaware that I was subject to lion attack. Can I say the N word, please? I could say it. Oh, I will. I'm going to say that word, that N word. I'm going to say it till you get your fill. Just give me 2 or 3 more bars now, please, before I get around now to it. But I'll say the N word real soon, and you'll see it. Yeah, that's so true it. If I haven't said it yet, just stick around. The N word's already in town. It's making its way now to my mouth, and then I'm going to say it from the north to the south. The N word. Here it comes. I'm going to say it just as soon as I find a digger. I'm going to say it whether it is smaller or bigger. I'm going to say the N word. What N word are we talking about? Narwhal. Nougat. Creamery nougat. I like my candy bars filled with creamery nougat. Who else here is a fan of creamery nougat? Liams, what did you stumble onto? The internet's only YouTube channel. Home to thrills, chills, excitement, wonder, fantasticness all the time. Years from now, you'll remember this moment. Oh, God, what a lucky break that was. Thank God that day I found Talking with Famous People. Since that moment, this channel has been my life. Creamery nougat. They can't call it creamy because to call something creamy, it has to have cream in it legally. They're like product labeling laws. So they call it creamery nougat. Mark, if you want to say something cheesy without it having cheese in it, like cheesy bites, say cheesery bites. then it doesn't mean anything, and accordingly, you're not lying about your product. The one that has creamery nougat in it, I believe, is the Three Musketeers bar. I got beans in my eye. I got beans in my eye. Mama, there are beans in my eye again. Damn it! I told you to stop putting beans in your eye. I couldn't help it. I wanted to see him so bad, so up close. You got beans in your jeans? Well, next time when you're eating beans, don't do so with your pants unbuttoned and zipped down. Then maybe you won't end up with a pants full of beans. Nougat. I'm going to fill you with creamery nougat. The thing is, I have this song called Making Corn. And one part of it goes, she's home, she's requesting corn. I've got a thought inside of my mind. How's about I put my cob in your creamery nougat? Don't put salt in your eye, salt in your eye, salt in your eye. Don't put salt in your eye. Leave it out, leave it out. Who is that in your closet? That's not a closet. These are shutters. Shutters too. Look to the outside. See. Gross. I'm Terry Gross, and this is Fresh Air. Niger is a country in Africa, just like Zimbabwe. I said Niger is a country in Africa, just like Zimbabwe. And the Ivory Coast, what the Ivory Coast? Logic minus smartness equals meow. Do I live alone? No, I live with my wife, Rachel, who's currently upstairs talking to channel people from who were around here for a long time. Two of them specifically, our friend Lou and Kami, about Enneagram. We the people united, never let the U.S. divided. Yes, I said the N-word, I said the N-word, I said it now and again. I said Niger, Chad, Sudan, and the Ivory Coast. When the tweens saw the beans in my jeans, they said mean things. Like, ew, you got beans on you. You liked the lasagna song? Do you possibly mean the casserole song? Casserole fuck yeah? Oh yeah, I slept all day and a good day's sleep and then raring to go. I think Big Dog Mofo may be talking about fuck yeah casserole. Well, there's a real gut punch of a chat. I don't know how to respond to that, MB Holland. That happened to my mom. And my dad, I mean. He and my mom were together for a long, long time, and then she got dementia. Hey, Bob, will you stop? Knees, at my age, they remain the same size and neither shrink nor grow. Do I know Debussy? Debussy? I mean, the classical composer? Sort of. I mean, I'm not like an expert on his shit or whatever. I don't know who Gary DeBussy is. There's no Gary DeBussy. It's Gary Busey. Oh, Gary DeBussy. This guy? Is this the Gary DeBussy you're talking about? Oh yeah. Well, me and my wife haven't been together that long. We've been together for 4.5 years. We've not even been married for one. The pianist. Okay. Thank you, Oni House. So I was right. He was talking about the classical guy, not that Gary DeBussy guy. Oh, I mean, yeah. Claude Debussy. What's his most famous piece? Claire de Lune. Think of relaxing piano music, and this one probably comes to mind. I know this song. I gotta listen to it for a second so I can remember it. Anyone would recognize this song. It's been in a lot of movies, you know. What's your steel man for flat Earth? I mean, it's a tough one to steel man, but this wouldn't be a good steel man, but it's the best you could probably come up with. Um, we have a perfectly good example of something that's widely and commonly accepted as scientific fact in the status quo that's completely bullshit. It is the case that evolution utterly fails to explain speciation. And yet, all the scientists and all the regular people are all broadly in agreement that evolution explains speciation, even though it doesn't, and the mechanics of it falsify when tested. If we have that much agreement about that scientific fact when it's actually completely bullshit, then isn't it possible that we're wrong about the very shape of the earth? Thanks, Comedy Flu. Right back at you. Debussy. WC. 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 Is that how it's pronounced? WC. WC. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised that that's how it's pronounced. Education was a trap. Well, I don't think education was a trap. I think beyond a certain point, education became a waste of time for me. Certainly, it's the case that I've learned way more independent of any formal education than I did via any formal education. No, I don't get bored. Quentin T asks if I get bored. No, I don't ever get bored because anytime I'm bored, I just start doing this. I mean, I don't think the earth is flat, but I was asked to steel man it as best I can. And it's a hard one to steel man because I think it's incorrect. No, I haven't written any email. I haven't even checked my email. What was I supposed to say? I mean, I don't think it's very possible to win the argument that the earth is flat or not basically a globe, right? There are too many unanswerable questions. For example, well, do you believe in satellites? Do you think that there are satellites up in space that we utilize here on Earth? If you don't believe in satellites, then do you believe in escape velocity? Do you think it's possible for humans to send something beyond the pull of Earth's gravity so that it's no longer part of Earth but out in space? What do I think about evolution? Yeah, I heard, John. I think evolution is. Look, okay. I'll try to nutshell the evolution thing as quickly and easily as possible. Anytime something purports to explain something, it needs to do the following. It needs to provide the mechanisms by which Mia process plays out. And if the explanation is to be taken seriously, it needs to make predictions that can be tested and so forth. So the thing is, I'm not opposed to talking to Destiny, David. Let me finish this evolution thing. Here's the deal. I'm not opposed to talking to Destiny. What I would say is this, David. If you really want me to send an email to Destiny, you write the email you think I should send it to Destiny. Send it to me along with his email address, and then I'll copy and paste that into an email and I'll send it to him. I might make little adjustments to it. I don't know what to write. I don't know what to tell him. I don't know. I don't. I think it would be a good thing to do for my channel, right? But I also am not very motivated by that. I think it would be interesting and fun, maybe even. I'm more motivated by that. But I'm also very much a creature of habit, and this is what I do all the time. My email address I'll put right here. My email address is, I believe, written down here. Yeah, on the description of every video, my email address is here. So I will put this here. So here's why I don't believe in evolution. I'm looking for an explanation that explains where species come from and provides all the things that an explanation does. So if evolution explained where species came from, we'd be able to make some articulation of how long it takes to get from meow to meow, right? We'd have a genetic clock. If evolution were correct, we'd be able to speciate fruit flies because their generations are so quick and the selective pressuring that humans can intentionally put on that species with those quick generations, controlled breeding and such, would easily be sufficient for us to see the kind of increased complexity, um, gradual change into a new species that evolution claims occurs via adaptability within the genome. The thing is, nobody's disputing genetics and that there is adaptability within the genome. Not all humans are exactly the same. Some are taller, some are shorter, blah, blah, blah. And it's a good intuitive notion to think that, hey, maybe isolated populations responding to selective pressures um, genetically somehow produce offspring that are sufficiently differently adapted to those pressures that after a few generations becomes a new species. It's a perfectly reasonable, intuitive notion. Unfortunately, it just doesn't, it just has never validated. So, for one thing, definitionally, we have immediately a problem. A species is defined as that which gives birth to reproductively viable offspring of its own kind again. So, it's definitionally impossible for a species to give birth to something that's not quite that species anymore, but on its way to being something else. The notion of evolution is also predicated on a false concept or reification of our genes or our genome as having some kind of an interest. But most importantly, every mechanism proposed, every explanation articulated so far by evolution has been falsified and replaced with another one. Originally, Darwin suggested sexual selection as a rewarding positive mutations and accordingly generating change over time somehow. Of course, mathematically, that just doesn't work even conceivably in populations over a fairly small number because just think about pigeons. Let's imagine there's a pigeon born who flies twice as fast on half as much food and can eat more different things and can fuck like a champ all day long and father lots of different birds. Now, no matter how many birds he fathers, it's still not going to impact the genome at all because there are too many individuals in the population. There's no possible way that an individual with certain small mutational advantages, which aren't even existent because there really aren't any positive mutations that we've ever witnessed. There are only negative mutations or nearly neutral. So the thing is, regardless, the idea that certain advantages are going to be rewarded is predicated on the notion that they're either going to be advantages that make one more sexually successful, reproduce more offspring, or make one more capable of staying alive and therefore produce more offspring. Of course, most advantages that one could even conceive of could never possibly be dramatic enough to be the difference between life and death reliably enough that we could count on that to change a genome. Secondly, even if it did reliably enough improve your survival chances, there's no reason to presume it would improve your reproductive options. You would still probably reproduce the same as any other member of the species. And third, even if you do have these advantages and they're representative of some mutation, you're going to be mating with another regular pigeon. And so there's only a certain percentage chance that those advantages will show up in your offspring. Regardless, what we know is that all adaptation within a genome collapses back down towards the genomic mean. It does not go the other direction. If we were to let go all the dogs, which we've been attempting to speciate for 10,000 years, have created dogs as disparate as Great Danes and Chihuahuas, and all of them can still produce reproductively viable offspring with wolves, even though all of that experience of breeding things has never shown a shred of increased complexity or change to the fundamental genome of any species, no increased number of chromosomes, etc., except where such a mutation is catastrophically deleterious. All we've ever seen. So, if evolution wants to be an explanation for speciation, it needs to act like science instead of like mythology. We can dismiss evolution additionally because it started out as one explanation with one mechanism and it's changed multiple times while retaining the same name. We can contrast how evolution tests out against real theories like relativity. Relativity made a bunch of predictions, explained its mechanisms. As technology improved and the capacity to empirically establish whether those predictions were correct or not came into being, those predictions tested out positively. They validated. Every single thing has validated on most scales. To the extent that it doesn't validate, it's because you're shifting physics when you get into quantum stuff, you know? Contrast that with evolution. Because evolution was proved bullshit by the fossil record, namely the original gradualist notion that the reason we can't note any evolution or make any testing of it or prove it at all or anything is because it happened so slowly over 4 billion years. Well, that was falsified by the fossil record. The Cambrian explosion displays that, yes, this was once again another extinction event, many of which have occurred over time. This sort of resets the beginning of creatures, right? And that all these huge number of different species came into being all over the course of this 10 million years. So the evolutionists at that point were like, oh shit, we have to scrap gradualism. So they did. They said, okay, it's no longer the case that things evolved very slowly over 4 billion years. Now we have something called punctuated equilibrium, which tells us that evolution happens very fast for a little while and then stops and is dormant. Doesn't happen at all for stretches of time. Of course, this explanation was not an explanation because in order for it to explain anything, they need to say how and what the mechanism is of evolution that speeds up, what makes it speed up, and how and when and why it becomes dormant. There's no such explanation. Additionally, some Scandinavian scientists mathematically disproved punctuated equilibrium is possible. Additionally, there's been the theory of genetic drift, the nearly neutral theory, the neutral theory, the nearly neutral theory, none of which validate out, and all of which are more concentric circles to try to prove a geocentric universe, solar system, that doesn't exist. The thing is, as a professional debate coach, one thing I understand is what's the burden of the affirmation. When somebody is affirming, namely saying, here is the explanation for meow. There are burdens they need to meet to affirm something. If it doesn't do meow, 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 it's not an explanation. And we negate. Evolution absolutely does not do meow, meow, meow. It also does a bunch of meow, meow, and meow, which no good science does, right? Like, it just shifts ground all the time. So I would love for evolution to explain species because I would love to have an explanation for species. But anybody who thinks evolution, oh yeah, I said 10 million years, punk rock llama. I said 10 million years, right? So the thing is, that was a dramatic shock and terrifying, I'm sure, to evolutionary scientists when they found that out. because all of the explanations prior to that had relied on the fact that it slowly happened over 4 billion years. Now, we'll take the zero off. So, you know, that's 100 times faster than they were saying. 400 times faster. Okay, well, the whole Cambrian explosion lasted 25 million years, perhaps. But it's not the case that we see any given species um, that the evolutionary process for that species took the full 25 million years, right? I'm being generous when I say 10 million years. There's no way to establish from a fossil record how long it took this new species to appear, right? And there's no genetic clock because evolutionary scientists have been unable to generate one, which they would have been able to do if they understood the mechanism properly. Evolutionary scientists may someday figure out what the mechanism is and then explain it to us adequately. Until then, we negate. All right, so here's some basic questions. Which evolves faster, an elephant or fruit fly? And why? All right, I checked my email. People are really emotional about evolution. I'm approaching it as I do everything else. I'm trying to understand something. So I'm reading about evolution, trying to understand it, right? But failing to do so. I'm not that dumb, okay? If evolution explained things adequately, I would understand the explanation. I've read about it extensively. It doesn't make sense. I am not a creationist. I'm not advocating an alternate explanation. I'm saying I want my explanation to actually explain things. So, if in fact a fruit fly evolves faster, and it's because they reproduce faster, then shouldn't we be able to speciate them? Because I get it, maybe evolution takes a long time, right? For, say, an elephant, but not such a long time for a fruit fly, comparatively. How long do you think it should take us to be able to change a fruit fly into a more complex insect of some sort? Well, no, diabolic, because my cousin's dead. When she were alive and I was single, sure, because we weren't actually related. She was adopted. I mean, humans can place much greater environmental pressures on species than nature ever could randomly. All right, so I think I'm gonna put this, but I'm gonna change it as follows. Okay. I'm gonna say, fine. I'm a retired competition flow debate coach. and currently a YouTuber. Retired flow debate coach. And YouTuber for fun. Some of my channel friends have encouraged me to touch base with you. Have told me about your show and encouraged me to touch base with you. Have told me about your show and have encouraged me to touch base, to try to set up a conversation. You seem like an interesting guy, and I'd like to have such a discussion if you are down. We could debate something specific or just talk about debate. As or whatever you prefer. Thanks so much for considering this request. Eric Strauss, talking with famous people. We could put YouTube / talking with famous people. It doesn't matter if it's capital or small, right? Like, if I put youtube.com / capital T talking with famous people, will it still work? Let's find out. I think capital letters don't matter in that. But I could be wrong. Yeah, it works fine. Okay. Well, here doesn't email. All right. Correct. I'm gonna blind CC you this, David. Phone number in case prefers to contact via that medium. Okay. Send. Hey everybody, sorry for my distraction. A debate coach. But I did it. When I say I'm a retired debate coach, it implies that I was a debate coach for years and then finished my career. I don't need to specify how many years. Well, it's because it refers to a specific kind of debate, and the flow part specifies that everyone's argument, everyone in the round is flowing the round, has to write down everybody else's arguments so that they can respond to them. In other words, it's coaching the form of debate that demands responsiveness, which is the only kind of debate that matters. Squiggle squiggle, says Lana Solomon. Squiggle squiggle to you too. The bombardier beetle cannot evolve into existing. Does dude read the chats? I do read the chats, but I wasn't at that moment because I got distracted by something. Okay, but it's hard for me to stay on a topic for a long time when stuff's happening in the chat. When stuff's not much happening in the chat, then I get accused of rambling on, even though whatever. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. 90210, a flamboyance coach? No, a flow debate coach. Hey, James Day. Lana Solomon, 21. Walnuts or no walnuts? Chocolate chip. No walnuts. Uni Hoos. Squiggle, squiggle. Squiggle, squiggle back, says Uni Hoos. Uni Hoos, squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. Squiggle, 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 squiggle. Squiggle, squiggle, replies Uni Hoos. Lana Allman says, squiggle, squiggle. And then Uni Hoos says, sorry, I'm bad at written in Arabic. Thanks, Big Dog Mofo, for your approving of the email. It was really thanks to David showing me what the basic template I should use is, and I just made it sound a little nicer or something. Celine Juma is your name. Celine Juma. I will tell Rachel that you said hello to, especially if you're leaving right now, Heather P. But she'll probably be down not that long. Would ever become vegan? No. Lana says squiggle squiggle. Heather P says tell Rachel I said hello. David says he's gonna go to sleep. Lana says squiggle. Boba Fett says ignored multiple requests. Say anus please. Anus please. How have I ignored your multiple requests? I don't even see anything from you until that. Ignored multiple requests. Like, where's your last chat before this one right here? What are you talking about? Ruben's at the other house. Oh. Ruben, in case you're staying at our other house, because it's nicer for everybody when they have their own space. Unfortunately for them, the air conditioner broke over there. I did not know it was broken, but now I know it is, and we'll get it fixed starting next week. I'll call a different place, I guess. I called this place on Friday, and they never called me back. Diabolic. If I were single, yes. $1 billion, sure. Do I have to? Do I have to suck it to completion? I'm no whore, but at $1 billion, I'm a whore. The temperature outside is 58. However, in the status quo, no, I wouldn't sacrifice my relationship for $1 billion. That's what that would mean right now. I mean, unless Rachel was like, dude, come on, just take it. Take one for the team here. If she was really encouraging me, I'd be like, okay. I mean, if you're not gonna, if it's not gonna mess with us at all, then I'm sure the $1 billion will come in handy. Yeah, we don't have the AC on. I have the fan on. Lana says, squeak, squeak, squag, squeak, squeak, squaggle, squeak, squeaky, squag, squeak, squiggles. But that's not the temperature in Cali. That's the temperature in Mariposa County. California is a big place. It stretches all the way from Mexico to Oregon. Are we close to Santa Rosa? Not very. I bet we're about 3 hours from there. Let me see how far we are. Directions to Santa Rosa. $4. 3 hours and 47 minutes. 3 hours and 47 minutes from Santa Rosa. Okay, well, just to clarify it, what the last two things that Lana said, the first one says squisquaggle squig, and the second one says squisquaggle squisquags. Is that clear now? Now you understand what it is. Counterfeit vape epidemic. I hope I don't have a counterfeit vape. I didn't snort anything. That's an interesting thing. I'm not high. When dumb employees get arrested at work, it's got a picture of this lady like on, and it says, "I'm not high." 1 hour of the most disturbing things captured in Walmart. This is that insane footage everyone is talking about. That's a good title, right? Here's a young guy with a guitar apparently playing a minute and 53-second song called Fentanyl. Jesse Wells uploaded it 3 weeks ago, has 483,000 views. Bam! That's called the right moment for a song or something like that. Visiting the divorced women's market in Mauritania. People who took too much drugs. Hmm. The most impossible to reach places on Google Earth. Orlando's abandoned religious theme park. Man realizes boss fed her workers to pigs. That's a title you don't see that often. Let's see here. My uncle lives in Santa Rosa. She was saying he is so sexy. Who, Lana? Uh, about me? Yes, the president of Iran died. I don't want either heroin or crack. You need to include meth as an option. I'll take the meth. Um, if someone offered me $50 to say the N word, no, of course not. If somebody offered me a lot of money, I don't. I'm more willing to whore myself physically than I am verbally. Of course it is. It's like a party that lasts a long time. Oh. Meow, 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 you know? No, Girthy Richard. If you want me to whore myself at all, your dollar numbers are going to have to be quite high, okay? Because I'm already financially secure, you know? Spring break. What do I think about him dying? Who? Your uncle? Nothing in particular. Or are you talking about the president of Iran? What do I think about him dying? I think everybody's going to be like, that's fishy. I bet Israel has something to do with it. I bet it's just an actual accident. And helicopter crashes are difficult to survive. Just ask Kobe Bryant. It's certainly plausible. I, you know, it would not be out of character for Israel to do something like that, but I don't think that happened in this case. I think it's an actual helicopter crash. That's just my intuition. I don't know enough details to really conclude anything. But all I know is that there was a weather factor, and that helicopters are dangerous. Yeah, it did just happen today. Helicopters are a lot more dangerous than airplanes. Neither of them is especially dangerous, but I think they're both statistically safer than cars. I mean, everyone's going to think it's fishy. Of course. Iran is currently engaged in a sort of gesture war with Israel, you know? And that's going to be fishy. However, I would point out the following. Um, I mean, they can say that, but it doesn't make any sense. Lied on what? So, the thing is this: the current Iranian administration dealt with Israel about as well as it possibly could have. They said, we need to do a gesture. We're going to let you know. Oh, okay. Well, maybe Big Dog Mofo. That makes sense, I guess. But it depends how high up you are, probably. Like, and which direction the wind is blowing as to how much of an impact that has. If the wind's blowing left to right, for example, then there's not going to be the like wind that's caused by you falling to spin the things as much, right? So it probably depends on different things. And I think what happens mostly with helicopter crashes is one of two things. They either crash into a mountain or something that they can't see, or the back thing stops working, and then it makes the helicopter go a whole helicopter go around in a circle like that. Okay, so Boba Fett gets is saying the same thing I am. That what's more likely to happen than the top thing losing power is the back thing losing power, and then that makes the whole thing spin around in a circle. I mean, I don't think the U.S. I think the U.S. needs to wash its hands of this whole Middle East shit. No good comes from our involvement. Just fuck all y'all. We should instead be caring about Ukraine and Taiwan, maybe even North Korea. If we wanted to ever do some regime change bullshit, that's where we should have done it, North Korea. Oh, they're connected, the top and back ones? So you're saying if the back one fails, the top one also fails? But like Kobe Bryant's helicopter crash, I think it's just they didn't see the mountain because of the fog. My initial just glance at this Iranian thing mentioned fog or some kind of weather thing. I don't remember exactly. Let me go to Google News and see what's going on. Crashed into a mountain peak amid icy weather. Rescue teams fought blizzards to reach the wreckage. All right, so you're talking about a helicopter crashing into the mountains in winter weather. I think it's much more likely that it's an actual accident. Um, the thing is, the president's not even the president. The Ayatollah is the president. Let's see. The old area has very cold, rainy, and foggy weather conditions. The rain is gradually turning into snow. Fog conditions in the mountains, I suspect, no matter how much it might be convenient for all of us to have a less hard line is Iranian president, I think this is just an accident. As you know, the U.S. stands with Iran and not with Ukraine. The U.S. does not stand with Iran. It also doesn't stand adequately with Ukraine. If you're saying the U.S. isn't taking a hard enough line on Iran, I'm not sure that's the truth, but it's a reasonable enough position to hold, I guess. Yeah, it's strange. The thing is, what's what's notable is the Ayatollah is more moderate than the president that was killed in a helicopter crash. Kim Jong Un is terrified of flying. He had this luxury train for getting around. Where does he have to go? It's like there's not any place worth going to or anything worth doing in North Korea. China lent him their air force to come and see Trump in Singapore. Does North Korea not have planes? It wouldn't surprise me. Their glorious socialist utopia. What guy looked just fine? Who are you talking about? Yeah, fuck China. I agree. Check footage of any crash. The guy looked just fine. Walked out of the thing. I was like, what are you talking about? You're talking about the Iranian president. He didn't walk out at all. He died in the crash. They found no signs of life, you know. I also think that if he can successfully manage all the legal difficulties he's having and successfully get on all the ballots in all the states and stuff, I agree. I think he will win the election. The Iranian guy is dead. He did not walk out of anything. Right? He walked onto the helicopter. He was fine. Then he crashed into a mountain and now he's dead. Do I have any dark secrets? I don't. I'm very open about all the shit that people normally keep secret. And I don't have any um, I haven't committed any crimes that I've gotten away with, like not killed anybody or I've not assaulted people, etc. I'm not a bad person. Okay, well, I don't know what you mean by we stand with Iran more than Ukraine. We're not being a good friend to Ukraine, and we're being we're trying to moderate treating Iran quite so much like an enemy. But there's in no way, shape, or form is it not the case that we are allies with Ukraine and not with Iran. I mean, do you think that the fewer teeth you have, the more secrets or something? I mean, I lost most of my teeth for a variety of reasons, but I was a meth addict back in the early 2000s for years. I had a bunch of teeth over here pulled out because a number of them were having problems, I guess. But I might, at some point I will go to a periodontist and get implants. And the only thing stopping me is nothing at all. I just don't care enough. Don't feel like it. Sounds like a pain in the ass. No, I don't think any security agencies had anything to do with that helicopter crash because it crashed in the mountains in foggy rain/snowy conditions. Exactly the most dangerous possible place for a helicopter to be in the most dangerous possible conditions for a helicopter to be in. It makes most sense that the pilot could not see some mountainside in time in the fog and crashed into it. However, it is also definitely the case that it would be totally within character were either the Israeli or even the US intelligence agencies behind it. In this instance, it feels like it's actually an accident. That while probably usually one of those intelligence agencies would be behind this, not this time. That's what it feels like to me. We won't ever know. Nobody can know. I can't know. You can't know. But having read about it enough right now to see all the specs on it, there's if it was an intelligence operation, it was an extremely clean one. It was fatal, Andrew. Everybody on board died. And the reason would be because this particular Iranian president is quite a hardliner on issues such as Iran's right to possess nuclear weapons and so forth. The CIA is not smarter than everyone here at all, but it's also the case that they're informationally massively advantaged over everyone here. Rachel's upstairs. She's chatting with Lou and um, Kami. I mean, meth wasn't a problem for me, Andrew Hall. It was something I did for years. The actual truth of why these teeth, anyway, are out is because when I was young, my grandmother gave me tetracycline before she should have. And that, if you give it to kids before they get their adult teeth, it harms their adult teeth. So I ended up having to get veneers on all these teeth here, which weakened the strength of all the teeth there. There are a variety of reasons why I've lost my teeth, including poor dental hygiene. Regardless, I never did any heroin. I used to be an alcoholic. Absolutely. I quit drinking over 10 years ago. December 26th of 2013, okay, is when I quit drinking. Haven't had any alcohol since. I never liked opioids, or things like that. They always made me sick, feel very sick. One time, my dad gave me a bottle of codeine cough syrup. I had a bad cough, and I was like, what the hell? I'll drink a bunch of this shit and just see how it goes. And I was like, oh, this is wonderful. I like the way this feels. And then the next morning when it wore off, I had the worst hangover I have ever had. I felt like I was brutally seasick for like 12 hours straight. It was horrible. And so I do not, I definitely do not, have never got into heroin or any kind of opiates or opioids, because every time I even attempted to get near one, like take a Vicodin because I had gotten dental surgery, it made me feel horribly sick. So no, I never got into that. Um, don't blame your mom because you decided to do math. I'm not blaming my mom. I said my grandmother gave me tetracycline, and that explains why I have veneers on these front teeth. Teeth with veneers on them they'll weaken over the course of decades because they shave down your natural tooth to put the veneer on. And I was at the beginning of that technology, so they didn't do necessarily a great job, as good a job as they would do today. But yeah, my loss of teeth cannot be laid exclusively at the feet of meth. That's incorrect. You may wish it to be so. I did do meth. I was a meth addict for years back in the early 2000s, but it's a combination of different things, including just persistently poor dental hygiene habits. So yeah, for a lot of reasons, I've lost teeth. Some of these ones that got pulled out over here was an overly ambitious new dentist who I learned sort of afterwards, like what she suggested they never do, namely pull out like 7 of my teeth at one time or something. Well, Andrew Hall, I was not enjoying that. And even if I had been, that doesn't cause your teeth to fall out. Teeth are not a touchy subject for me, but what I tend to do is respond to everything that people are saying here and correct things that are incorrect or affirm things that are correct. You're saying a lot of things that are factually incorrect, so I'm correcting you. You made me feel sad the other night because you were drugged out. You should just quit smoking any other drugs. I mean, I wasn't drugged out. I don't know what you mean. You mean last night? I was on mushrooms and having a great time. Then this morning, after the mushrooms worn off and the Adderall was worn off, I did take half a Klonopin and a couple gabapentin to make myself go to sleep. When I was super tired this morning, I probably appeared to be drugged out, but really I was just running on fumes, super tired, didn't have a lot to say. I had a sleep deficit, needed sleep, etc. Yeah. Rainbird says, I was a cokehead, but quit and I'm pretty successful today. I just went cold turkey. Yeah, and I think that's more impressive than what I've done. I've said before, I think you're much better off if you're going to get addicted to either meth or coke, getting addicted to meth, because in my experience, cokeheads, even when they quit doing coke, it's changed them. They're sort of permanently cokeheads. They act like it a little bit. I'm not saying that's true for you, Mean Bird, but that's my experience. No, I didn't go to the dentist from Little Shop of Horrors, namely Steve Martin. I mean, it's the only way to quit anything you're seriously doing, right? You never quit anything not cold turkey. When Rachel and I had huffed too much nitrous and I realized, okay, we have to stop doing this completely, we quit cold turkey. We've gone from huffing the shit out of whippets to not at all. When I quit meth back in the day, of course I had to quit cold turkey because quitting it and recovering from that, being addicted to it, is a process of committing to a long stretch of sleep and eat time with very little productivity. When I quit smoking cigarettes just a few weeks ago, I took a couple weeks prior to the quitting date to come to terms with the fact that I was saying goodbye to that friend. And so when the quitting time came, I knew in full in my heart that I was done with it. And that means I had to quit cold turkey. I mean, I think the alternative to cold turkey is trying to make the transition from using whatever to not easier. However, in my experience, it's much harder, maybe made impossible by trying to navigate these half statuses. I'm still a smoker, but I'm quitting. That's hard for me. I'm much more successful at coming to terms with the fact that I'm going to no longer be a smoker and then following through on that deadline date. All right, as the moment's truth, 11:50 whatever before my birthday, is my last cigarette, throw everything away. You know, that works better for me. Maybe not for everyone, but for me. I'm 35 and was into coke in my teenage years to early 20s and love a rock and roll life. Figured out it wasn't for me and decided to make a living and get a wife. My wife pretty much made me stop. Hey, I mean, the thing is, you're Mean Bird. When Mean Bird says my wife made me stop, what he means is I came to understand that these two choices were mutually exclusive. I could continue this lifestyle, or I could have a family lifestyle, and I choose the second. The wife simply expressed her boundaries. I love you, but I don't want to be with a cokehead. It's a deal breaker for me. That sounds like a good, healthy, well communicated relationship. Um, I have a vape working. It's fine. It's I don't like them a lot, but they do make it easier. It's almost a hold in my hand thing. Holding this in my hand helps me quit smoking um, almost as much as hitting it does. You know. Thanks, Savage Fox. Sadonki says, "Can you suck?" I mean, like all humans, I am born with the ability to suck. It's our first ability. We began life attempting to suck milk from our mother's bosom. Powders are evil and natural. It's a strange perspective. Am I a registered homosexual? No, and I'm also not an unregistered homosexual. Spoon Man, no, why would you say that? Because people say shit. Who knows why? Cute kid, cat in the back. Yes, I know she's adorable. Um, right. I mean, she just expressed to Mean Bird, here's my position. I'm not trying to pressure or threaten you. I'm just informing you of what comprises the deal breaker for me. Make your choice. He made his choice, you know. For example, let's say Rachel said that to me. This is a deal breaker for me. You either stop doing meow or we can't be together. I'd be like, see you later. Because that's why Rachel and I are so compatible. Instead of Rachel telling me what not to do, when I suggested to Rachel that maybe she should huff those whippets a little less hard, after she was like, she just looked at me all like blue lipped and nitrous low voiced and said, eat, sleep, rave, repeat. And I was just like, yes, you are the coolest lady person, really, I have ever met. Meth is neither funny nor not funny. Meth is a drug that's been demonized a lot. If you do too much nitrous, it will make you have seizures. You mean fish out? Yeah, sure. That's how you know you did enough. Um, what's worse than that, however, Doctor Who What Where, is if you huff too much nitrous, you will get neuropathy. The neuropathy is slowly getting better. Um, for me, it's mostly better. For Rachel, it's slowly getting better. Uh, because we haven't done it in a long time. But the solution to that is a lot of B vitamins. Meth doesn't make you a zombie. It's ridiculous. People demonize shit so much. Believe all these horror stories like bath salts make you eat people's face. My thoughts on fentanyl is don't do it. Fentanyl is responsible for a lot of deaths. My friend, my age, okay, uh, he has access to a lot of drugs because he buys them on the dark web, He, for what, God knows what reason, got that stuff. And he basically died smoking fentanyl. Um, his family found him on the bathroom floor. They had to do chest compressions while the paramedics, waiting for the paramedics who came and shot him with that, like, wake you up stuff if you're overdosed on opioids. I don't know what it's called. I forget what it's called. Narcolol or something like that. It was in the hospital, got revived, is alive still, but it's like, don't do fentanyl. That's my message about fentanyl. Don't do it. Okay, fair enough, Savage Fox. Don't talk about a drug unless you've done it. But the reason I'm saying that about fentanyl, I'm not saying don't do opiates or opioids. If that's your thing, you're going to do your thing, obviously. But the thing about, as far as I understand about fentanyl, the problem with it is there's too little gap between an effective dose and a fatal dose. You know, choose a different one that isn't so risky. Ideally, obviously, you're going to do what you do. You're going to do what you do. I'm not. I don't mean to be telling you what to do. I don't know, man. Premature comer. I do not know. Mean Bird said, my bro passed away because of heroin in '09. I don't recommend any drugs these days because it might be tainted with fentanyl. Yeah, that's what I hear is that uh, like people will sell meh drug, but it's really something meh with a little bit of fentanyl in it. Talking shit about it is not okay. I'm not talking shit about anything in particular, okay? I'm just trying to be dispassionate in my analysis of things. Lortab or Delote? I don't know what those things are. I don't know what Lortab or Delote are. Oh, okay, Savage Fox. Yo comprendo. I do have a tendency to think things are a lot of things in the chat are about me or towards me, directed to me that actually are not. So that happens fairly frequently. Bye, Savage Box. Have a good one. So I guess I should eat something. Um, and then I mean, when I take a benzo, which isn't that often, I'll take half of one of Rachel's Klonopins. That's what I did early this morning when I was like, okay, I'm ready to go to bed, but I'm feeling aches and pains, up too long, kind of tore up, whatever, and not necessarily super sleepy. So I will take a half of a Klonopin, and then that was fine. That made me chill. When I really started getting like, it's people said like you seem really drugged out. That was when I added the two gabapentins. Gabapentins make me super sleepy. But if I'm running on with some amphetamines in me, probably not sleepy enough to make me go to sleep. However, the combination of the gabapentins with havaklonopin, plus I took a couple Benadryls. Well, at that point, I'm fairly well knocked out, right? What will I make when I make me some food? I think maybe I'll have chicken meow. What is the meow that I'm meowing about? I think it's sandwich that it is, that it's meow. Let's make some chicken. Let's get ready to rumble. All right, I'll get some more food. Chill out. One sec. Okay, yes, kitty, I'm getting it right now. There. Let's do your plate. heat. That's the fire of heat. Now, let's let those cook. Next, since we don't want to have a very difficult to cook meal, we'll get out some bread. If I wanted what would be like most delicious, I would bust out the pot and make a pot of rice and do chicken fried rice. But I'm interested in working that hard on my meal tonight. So, but I'm also wanting something better than just microwave with them. So I'm going to do chicken sandwiches. These frozen breads need to go in the toaster oven to defrost so that they can be the breads for the sandwiches. There. Super glad we got that toaster oven. We didn't buy the toaster oven per se, but we bought it with the house, the other house. And we said, my toaster oven now, in this house, I mean, not in that house. Hello, kitty. You're a silly boy. Yes, you are. All right. Oops. Yeah. Medium cheddar. I'm going to do a chicken melt sandwich. I'll get 3 of these. 3 might be a little more than we need, but fine. Now, as this chicken is frying a bit, I'm going to take out the kitchen trash because it's full. Let me put these onions in here. Turn these over. Put all of the onions in. Actually, you really need that many onions? No, I don't, but why not? Let's make this sandwich extra oniony. Since we have onions, might as well put some garlic. Put some garlic powder. We're going to need some alcohol in here at some point to deglaze it. So let's go get a bottle of wine. I'm tired of not cooking with these bottles of wine because I'm like, what? This is drinking wine. You shouldn't cook with it. Eric, just use it how you use it. Because otherwise you're just like, what should I use as a deglazer? This Estancia Pinot Grigio. This will work well and be easy to open. White wine's better for chicken, you know. Okay, so tonight's featured vintage is the Estancia Pinot Grigio California wine from what year? 2020. So, you know, you don't want your white wines as old as your red wines. You don't age white wines as long. So, this should be just about perfect at 4 years old. Of course, we won't be drinking it, but we'll smell it. It smells light, fruity. Smells like a Pinot Grigio. Salt, pepper. Called your basic seasonings. Now we additionally are going to get a little bit exotic here, okay? You might say, Eric, don't do it, don't do it. But we're going to do it. However, we're not going to do it right now. Put a little bit more of this wine in. Yeah, more. Okay. So what we're going to do now, instead of making it more exotic right at the moment, is we're going to take the trash out. Where is the trash? The trash is over there. As you can see, the trash is full all the way to the brim. We're going to tie it up, yeah, like that. Okay, now let's take it outside. Our breads are done. They're going to be brown on the outside and still cold on the inside, but that's fine because we'll put the hot chicken melt stuff on it and that'll be fine. Alright, so this trash can is full and I am reminded tomorrow is trash day. So I may need to get in touch with Ruben and Acacia and ask them to please put all their trash in the trash can that I left them outside, and I'll go pick it up and bring it back over here for trash day. Now, stop typing, people. Eric's cooking. I'm not secretly a lizard man. Red for beef and swine, white wine for fowl and fish. The collection is a lot smaller than it used to be. We've gone through a fair amount of those bottles of wine, guests drinking them, etc. Okay, so let's turn on a little bit more lights and get back to our cooking here. But before we do any cooking, let's put a new trash bag in the trash can. Bring this over here so that if I have anything to throw away while I'm cooking, I'll just throw it away right there. All right, next we're going to wash our hands. No, a little bit more this way. Yeah, that's that way. I've used my T-square to determine that is correct. I'm going to wash my hands with washing hands because why? My hands get dirty. Just moving around the world doing regular stuff, they still manage to get dirty. It's not like I'm, molding statues out of poo with my hands all day, but I don't know. I get like bong rhythm and assorted other things. Alright, now that my hands are washed, let's return our attention to our chicken, which is cooking over here. Alright, so take the lid off, coming together nicely. Of course, you want your chicken to be cooked all the way through, for sure. What I want is to boil down a little bit more of this moisture here. And then begin the next stage. But before that, I promised you something exotic, and I'm going to deliver. Can you name this exotic seasoning hailing from the strange and faraway Orient? It's soy sauce. This will put flavor on the chicken. Let's get exotic in here. Okay. I'm also going to get a little bit of this lemon juice. Lemon goes well with chicken. You might say, but soy and lemon? It's fine. It's not too fusiony, don't worry. This is no jive turkey. The jive turkey as a cocktail was everything that's like a wrong cocktail maker would make. Why it was a jive turkey, Alright, so this is boiling down nicely. The onions are getting all soft like I want them to be. And still needs a little more time. In a moment, when it's ready to do this, we will cut up the chicken in small pieces with the scissors. The scissors are right here. But I just want there to be less liquid before I chop them up. I can't explain exactly why. It's just that's the correct thing. I don't know why. You can see still too much liquid. But we're getting there. But what was I gonna meow? Like, something if I like, oh, that's right, trash. Ruben, I thought, what was it about Ruben? But I now remember, it's trash day tomorrow. So after I eat, we'll have a couple of chores to do here. I'll make Rachel a chicken sandwich too, but she's probably not going to be very hungry right now. Okay, we're getting very close to cutting up the chicken. Look at these plates here. Alright, now it's chicken cut up time. And to cut up this chicken, we're simply going to pick it up with the tongs and then chop it with the scissors into little pieces. Alright, we're chopping it into little pieces because remember, we're not technically making a chicken sandwich. We're making a chicken melt, which is a little bit different than a regular sandwich. Now that we've done that, it's time for this. We're going to take apart this wrapping, take it off, put it in the trash. Put some cheese in here like this, breaking it into smallish pieces. You don't have to be too diligent about this. You're just trying to get it to melt more quickly and more evenly. Once your hands are greasy, you cannot open anything. Alright, it is really starting to look good in the neighborhood. This is going to be done. Look at these flips here. You see, the onions are all browned and soyed up like I want them. There's not much liquid left. Just enough to give it enough liquid for it to melt the cheese without getting too little liquid. We're going to melt this cheese all night. The idea is, actually, it's not going to take us all night to melt this cheese because we broke it into smallish pieces. Cheddar does melt slowly, but this is the fastest way to melt it. Put it into a medium of hot cooked stuff in small pieces. Fry it around. As quick as you're going to see, that much cheddar is melt, okay? Cheddar's just not a good melting cheese. But that doesn't mean it's unmeltable. Okay, now we'll put the lid on this. So it stays hot. And we'll get our smells like a hot dinner roll. All soft in the middle. It's nice. Okay. Before we put any chicken mouth stuff on that though, we're going to need to apply our condiments. And for condiments today, we're going standard. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's go non-standard. Why not? Let's go non-standard. Okay. See how this goes. I've never even attempted this before. Some of you might think, oh no, Eric's no longer mentally fit. He's lost his mind. But just give it a chance, friends. First, we're going to apply a perfectly sensible condiment. It's called mustard. It naturally goes on sandwiches. It belongs on a sandwich. Nobody will oppose its presence. It's just a nice thin layer, because this is Grey Poupon, which is rather a strong mustard, really. It's got horseradish in it, you know. I learned that fairly recently myself. We've got a nice, appropriately sized layer of mustard here. You know, one thing that makes me mad about Subway, when you get a Subway person who's like just sort of generally careless about stuff, I always specify one thin line of yellow mustard. What I really want them to do is put the mustard on the bread first, like this. But you know, you can't tell them to do that. That's out of their order of operations. Now, what is this crazy condiment that we're talking about here that apparently Eric's going to put on it? Boom! Caesar salad dressing. What? We're going to give it a shot. We're going to see how it works. Okay? You know what they say? You can call me dumb, you can call me crazy, just don't call me late for dinner. Okay. Just break this bread apart now. There. It's a nice layer of Caesar salad dressing. The issue is I need a little bit more on this, and it's hard to pour such a little bit. Just a wee bit of the Caesar. There. Isn't that nice? Yes, it is. Alright, we'll see how this goes with the Caesar salad dressing and the Grey Poupon. Those are just going to be our only two condiments here. I don't have any lettuce. If I did, it would be nice to add it to the sandwich, but I don't, so we won't. What we will do now is scoop this stuff onto the breads. Well, I have some of this left, but I guess I'll leave it here in the pan for right now. And if after I finish this sandwich, maybe a little later, I'll make a second small sandwich with regular bread. Just heat that up again. I'm going to leave all of these sandwiches right here for now. Rachel's sandwich is this one. And she's going to need some chips to go along with the sandwich. Like that. I have a lot of trouble eating chips now because of the fewness of my teeth. So I just served myself a couple of them. Okay, let's put these back in the fridge. This, and this. We're going to put these back in the fridge. We're going to get Rachel a beer to go with her meal. And we're going to get her some paper towels. This is a little flimsy. I'll get an extra couple of these paper plates. Can you get down, please? Okay, now let's take this up to Rachel. I gotta wait till prime time when Rachel's not in her room, so I can get in there and really clean it out properly. I just grabbed the 4 opened, partially drank iced teas that were in front of me, so I didn't get much cleaning done. But if I could get in there when she's not in there sometime. If she goes downstairs to be in the downstairs bed, like before I go join her in bed, I should sneak up to her room and clean it. She'd be like, is it okay that I'm so messy? I'll say, of course, Darlene. I don't find it remotely annoying that Rachel doesn't clean her room and like leaves a bunch of cups and glasses and candles in there. But when I see all those things, I do find myself wanting to clean them up. All right, now my food. Got my food here. I also need a beverage. Let's see what beverage is over here currently, if any. Is this full? Yeah. Okay, so I'll drink that iced tea. Now, share this. I'll be back with you in the chat here in a moment. My computer went to sleep, so I have to turn things back on. See what else is going on here. Que precioso que cocinas y que te esfuerzas por hacer comida. Yo que te y que te esfuerzas for making food, for your making of food. I don't know what esfuerzas means. Let's see. I will tell you this, Elizabeth. Hay demasiado chupacabras en mi cocina. To strain. Oh, esfuerzas means to strain? To make every effort. Oh. So you meant I put in the effort to make food. Yes, I do. I love cooking for my wife. So what's your opinion on cheese? I'm a big fan of it. I love it. This is chicken melt with cheddar cheese, mustard, and as a condiment, Caesar salad dressing. Mmm. 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 Favorite pasta shape? This is a good point. Spaghetti. How do you spell spaghetti? Spaghetti. Ravioli. Mm. What's another one I should put? What are other ones I should put? Because I can think of other ones, but Parmesan, yeah. But what's another pasta shape that could be included here? Macaroni? Yeah, macaroni. And put macaroni. And what, linguine? There we go. So I think I'm gonna try to. It'd be difficult to stick with something like this, but I would like to kind of keep a tally somewhere on a piece of paper near me of the number of times Labola comes back with his insults, whatever you want to call them, because I think he's kind of remarkable. I think it's weirdly beautiful, you know. So we're starting this here. Call it 10 p.m. Call it 10 p.m. and say 1. Okay, to start with. Every patter of them counts as 1. In fact, 1, 2, 3 comments, chats, whatever, it all counts as 1 instant, right? Instance. So this is 10 p.m. and it is May 19th. Okay. So we'll call it 10 p.m. Instead of making a tally, I'll just write the time. 10 p. If I change dates, I'll just change the date here. We'll see if I can keep up with this. But it's an interesting phenomenon because it's been going on for, I don't know exactly how long now. But this guy is here in the stream, probably now even. He keeps coming in, putting these insults. Usually it's the same insults. Now, because he was watching this morning, his current one he's going with is, this guy was obliterated at 8 a.m. I was very tired and ready to go to sleep, but if you were to actually hear the drugs I was on, you would see I was not obliterated. I was on half a Klonopin, 2 gabapentin, 2 Benadryl, and 2 Tylenol. Plus a loss of sleep, lack of sleep. So anyway, but prior to that, his standard insult was to call me Sling Blade. Other things, I don't even remember what the specifics are. There's nothing particularly memorable in what he's saying. But what is of note is that I can time him out every time he says something for 10 minutes, 30 minutes even, and within an hour or so, he'll be back with another chat. I don't think he's staying and waiting throughout the whole time. I'm assuming he's not, but he might be, you know. He seems to be paying a lot of attention to what's going on the channel and to be here like mostly every single time I'm streaming. So why is that interesting? Well, it's interesting because he has nothing but negative things to say, express contempt or disdain for me or whatever. And one can infer probably from that that he doesn't like me, right? Or doesn't like this content. Yet there's something about either him, me, the conjunction of the two, or whatever, is causing him to be almost obsessively here, you know? So it makes me curious. Everybody can say whatever they want, however, they incur whatever natural consequences they incur. That's how it works. I am, I have a very reasonable place where I draw lines here in terms of moderator meowing. But there are some things that'll get you timed out or hidden. I mean, Cloud obviously had a conflicted relationship with me. In some ways, he liked me and what was going on here, but he didn't like the way that his language was expressed, was held to a TI standard and kept falling short, you know? But so he had a real or honest kind of relationship with me, but conflicted. Whereas this guy, that's the other odd thing is he's just dropping a few, you know, standard insults. You don't have any teeth. You, uh, you are a drug addict. Whatever the normal shit that you hear when people are just trying to take you down a notch. But that kind of thing, once it doesn't find a home or purchase, is there? Yeah, this guy. Okay, cool. What time is it? 10:11. Thank you, Labola. Okay. So that's him right there. So I would expect somebody who's got basically standardized insults. As he's hung around, he's gotten to witness something specific, namely this morning and me getting very tired, and has chosen to frame that as me being obliterated, which suggests, of course, that I was drunk. I had no alcohol in me whatsoever, and on any kind of, I guess, standardized ground, I was more sober than I had been earlier when I was on mushrooms. I just was tired, you know. But he wants to frame it in a way that makes me look bad, right? That's fine. It's to be expected. I get this shit around here regularly. However, normally when things don't find purchase as they want them to, which is they don't actually provoke an emotional response from me, usually they move on. So this guy's seems to me this is this guy's new obsession. Like he's spending all of his time here because I stream a lot, you know, and yet he's not been converted at all, right? Typically, I like to engage with trolls as though they're just regular human beings, and a lot of times they'll come around. They'll sort of be like, you know what, I was gonna troll, but you're cool. Okay, well, Boba Fett, your revisionist history is bullshit. Mr. Bobby was the most provocative, fighty, persistently self-righteous yeah I can recall around here. He was constantly trying to start fights with everybody. The idea that people were mean to him is ridiculous. I'm sure there were instances when people who were being attacked by him and told that they were wicked and immoral and how women need to meow, 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 meow. I'm sure that sometimes he got snapped back at in those instances, but I guarantee you he initiated all those conflicts. It's not morning here, it's 10:14 p.m. Money, 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 money. What are the negatives of weed? Well, I don't experience any negatives from weed. So, but I can understand how other people would. For me, when I'm talking about weed, I'm saying I'm smoking weed instead of drinking alcohol. So for me, it's all positive. It's a drug that I take to treat alcoholism, you could say. It's one negative of it is if you pull a bong rip, it's not such a good bong rip. You either pull it wrong or it's not very good weed or whatever. Sometimes you can cough a lot. I don't like coughing. Oh my god, this sandwich is so good. Obviously, cost is a negative if you're buying weed. Well, glad to know he's still around. Okay, so I'm going to eat a little bit more of this food. Then I'm going to take the trash that's ready to go up to the street. Yeah, my wife took her vape upstairs, but she almost always hits her THC vape, concentrate vape, and only rarely smokes weed itself. And I almost always smoke weed, but rarely, sometimes. Less rarely than Rachel smokes weed, but I will hit her vape sometimes. She's got a really good one right now. Two really good cartridges. They were expensive, but um, I really like the Jack Herrera one that she has. You're making me want to go hit her up for the vape. Today is Opioid Day? Is that a day? National Opioid Day? Hey, everybody. Today's the day to take your opioids. Mm-mm. Thanks. Above 3 TB FM. You're a swell person. No, I haven't taken any mushrooms today because if I did, they wouldn't even work. I just took them last night, you know. You gotta wait a minimum of 3 days. Ideally, you wait a week between mushroom trips. I will join you in a second, bro god. Between eating and taking out the trash, You're 2 weeks? Mm-hmm. I think you're fine in a week. I think 3 days is too short. The mushroom store that I go to in Oakland, that's where I got that particular number. They say you should always wait a minimum of 3 days between mushroom trips. But I personally, my rule is you should wait a week. Not necessarily a minimum of a week. If it's 6 days, fine or whatever, but you should wait a week. But you're saying 2 weeks. I don't know. I don't know what's correct. I know it's more than 3 days, though, to get a full reset. It seems to me it would be less than 2 weeks, but I could be wrong. I eat them about once a week. Sometimes I go longer between it. It's funny, I have this totally reinvented relationship with mushrooms. I used to like treat mushrooms like any other drug I really liked. I don't know where you find mushrooms. I mean, if you go to Oakland, there's this church, right? It's called the Zydor, like side door but with a Z. Um, and you have to apply to become a member of the church ahead of time before you even show up there. You have to apply online. They say it takes 2 weeks to get the response. You get your response pretty much right away. Anyway, you just got to be like, yes, mushrooms are critical to my spiritual development. I use them. I need them for part of my religious practice. And I'm not in any kind of law enforcement. I think it's really great what you guys are doing. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you so much for the service for the access to these healing plants that you provide. And I'll write you back in like within 24 hours and say, all right, you're cool, you're in. And you can go to the store and open and buy mushrooms. It's just that easy. Of course, you gotta go to Oakland. But that place has been open for a while now, a long time. I see no indications of that place getting shut down anytime in the foreseeable future. I've been there on a couple of occasions where the mushroom store is on the phone with the police, or is talking to the police like, yes, some crime happened right over here. Can you please deal with it? In kind of a shady neighborhood. The cops don't seem to have any problem with the mushroom store and deal with the crime they're talking about. Yeah, okay, I see this. There's a broken window. Somebody vandalized this car. That's it's about as solid and stable a storefront, technically illegal drug selling operation as you're ever gonna find. I come out here like I still smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. Oh, sorry, Trouble. I almost closed the door on him. There's a chore I want to do. Oh, I have to take the trash out. That's why I went outside. I totally forgot what I was doing. No, they don't give them to you. No, you're not buying the mushrooms, okay? You are receiving the sacrament from the church by telling them how much of which mushroom you want, okay? And then, in a totally unrelated transaction, you are making a donation, the total of which, incidentally, happens to be the amount that the mushrooms cost. Okay? So the mushrooms are not for sale. They have a price on them, but they're not for sale. That's the sacrament that the church gives you. But because you are an ardent believer in this religion, naturally, you're a generous donator to the church every time they give you the sacrament. The person who gives you the mushrooms cannot touch any money, cannot have their religious hands be fouled by corporeal concerns like money. That's the donation receiver at the cash register. He can touch money because he's not doing a religious job. He's just accepting donations. A lot of people, what's odd, usually if you're donating in like a plate that's passed around a church, it's kind of hard to get change. What religion? It's the Church of Ethnogenic Plants in Oakland. It's the religion of plants that are drugs that have spiritual meows, like mushrooms and peyote. And they don't have peyote there, but presumably that's what they also have weed there too. But why would I go to Oakland to buy weed at the mushroom store? The difference between mushroom store weed and every other place that has weed, any white market store that has weed, is none of the weed at the mushroom store has been lab tested. So it, there's no idea what the percentage of whatever is. It's just somebody grows something. That kind of weed. Ethnogenic, is that what it's called? So yeah, I don't buy weed at the mushroom store. I bought like some joints there one time, um, just to smoke in the car on the way back, but I regretted it. They were horrible coffee pre-rolls. Ethnogenic? Ethnogenic? Okay, that's fine. I'm not sure what exactly the word is, but it's something, one of those words that means, I guess, religious, magical, special people plants. Who knows what it means? Now, I'm just hoping that since I'm a member of this church, that God will not think I'm worshiping false idols. You're in Alabama, huh? Well, both read to BFM. Schedule a trip to California. I know that's a lot to do to get mushrooms, but like, if you were to drive all the way to Oakland, I know it's a long drive, with, I don't know, something between $0 and $1,000. They've got different price ones, but you could easily pick up, 4 or 5 ounces of them. You can pick up 5 ounces for less than $1,000 for sure. I tend to buy the more expensive ones, but even they are under $200 an ounce. There's no tax or anything. So uh, then you could you could go back to Alabama. You could sell half the mushrooms for the total price that you bought all the mushrooms for, and keep half of them for your head. Of course, if you want to also pay for the trip, like, let's pretend you're young, vigorous, and you can handle a hard road trip. You're gonna drive hard. You're gonna camp for sleeping, or sleep in the car, and you're just gonna say, "I'm just gonna have hell week, right? It's gonna take me 3 days there, 3 days back, and I'm gonna have all my expenses limited to gas and fast food, no lodging. And then I'll spend this cash on mushrooms and do the same thing on the way back." Then your total costs for the trip, I mean, how many gallons of gas? Call it $600 worth of gas. Maybe more than that. Maybe more like 800 for both ways, depending on what kind of car you got. Then call it 7 days of cheap fast food. $10 a meal, 2 meals a day, let's say, to make it easier. $20 a day, $140. Call it $200 for food. $1,000 trip to get you there. Spend, let's say, 800 to get 5 ounces of mushrooms. And it's into you for $1,800 now. Then you sell the mushrooms for $60 an eighth. Now you're getting $4.80 an ounce. And you sell 4 of the 5 ounces. You've paid for your trip. And you've got 1 ounce for your head for free. What do you think about that? What do you think about that plan, huh? That's a good plan. That's a smart idea. It's a good way to do mushrooms without it costing an arm and a leg. You mean ta-da? You said ta-ra? Yeah, what kind of cryptid am I? I think I may be a cross between a skunk ape and a lake monster. With just a sprinkling of chupacabra. Anybody disagree? Anybody see any like Sasquatch in me or anything? I don't think so. If I had Sasquatch in me, I suspect my butt would be hairier. Wouldn't that be strange if you were hooking up with some girl and she said, "Why isn't your butt hairier?" Why isn't it? Yeah. Because it's not growing any hair. Well, why did you put Rogaine on it? Spaghetti appears to be in the lead, but I'm not sure. Meth is better than shrooms for sure. Yeah, I know, Dat Boy Klaus. They're breaking my goddamn heart. The Astros get hot right when they hit. See you later, Abba. Right when they get, right when they hit the A's, and then I think, okay, well maybe we'll get healthy against the Royals. No such luck. But it's always darkest before the dawn, Dat Boy Klaus. The dawn is coming soon. I see an upturn before the All-Star break. It still gets us near 500 by the All-Star break. Oh, your name's Abe. You used the wrong vowel. It's E, not O. Dawn is on the horizon. And hey, Dat Boy Klaus, they're not the Vegas A's. They're the Sacramento Athletics. You just did a line of meth off your grandfather's butthole, huh? Must have been a small line, or your grandfather's got a big circumference butthole. Arthur Morgan says, how's it going? Well, Arthur Morgan, it's going well. And I have a chore to do in a second. I keep like momentarily forgetting that's what I'm doing. I need to take some trash up to the streets, out of the house and up to the streets, out of the house into the trash can, and then from the trash, out of the house onto the porch where the trash cans are, then from the porch up to the street where the garbage man will pick it up tomorrow. Before I do that, I'm going to have to poop. And feel it sort of creeping toward my butthole. Oh, well, obviously your grandfather and my grandfather had very different buttholes. I could not do any quality size line of meth out of his butthole, so I had to use his dick. Of course, I do big rails, you know. That sounds like a good way to lose some meth. You need to think a little harder about what you're railing stuff off of. Next time you say, Grandpa, can you turn the fuck over? Please don't hot rail it. I know I'm not gonna hot rail it again. You burned me last time. I know, I didn't see that coming. My bad. Don't worry, this is just a regular line. Afterwards, you've got to help me boof some. I will, Grandpa, I will. You know my separated septum can't handle any more rails. Tell me this every time, Grandpa. Well, you don't seem to remember. I do remember. That's why I brought my boofing tube. You better brought it. Hurry up and snort. All right, Grandpa. Oh, God, it hurts so much. No pain, no gain. Where's Grandma? She put it in her anal beads. Well, we're gonna have to skip her. She knows she's got a mess on her. That's fine. I'm going soon to travel to a time near noon, but far from soon. And when I'm there, I'll find some trash and take it and put it in the can at last. Then when the cans are filled with rubbish, I will know enough then to shrug. It's fine, I'll say the man today is on his Sunday break, but tomorrow he will come and take away your garbage. Well, I pooed, I peed, I've won all the prizes. I feel wonderfully free of poop. I don't want to wait for my poop to come out now. I want it ready to fall out the corner of my butt. All right. We are done with this full process. We've pooped, we've peed, we've wiped, we've admired our handiwork, and now at last we've flushed and returned the poop stool to its place. Let's proceed to the next item on tonight's agenda. What? That's right, y'all. It's trash day. What? We gonna get some trash? Nothing in these trash cans. That's fine. That's good. Where do we have a trash that's full? I know for sure 2 trash cans that need to be emptied. One of them is named Rachel's trash can. The other one is named Eric's trash can. Can I drop a freestyle for the chat? Sure. When it comes to trash, I'm bad as heck. I take that trash out to the deck. I put the trash then in the can. I take it up to the street for the man who comes to get the trash from my house, then put it in his truck and drive it down south to the dump where trash belongs. Go hump your mom. There's a freestyle for you. It's pretty tough. I get a lot of street credit for my rapping, obviously. People say about me frequently, damn that gangster hard. A lot of times they'll leave out the verbs, to convey that they're serious in a sort of colloquial sense. Okay, this trash can should be empty. There's one more trash I have to get. If I don't get it, then I will bet. I bet I'll lose. I'll lose what? I'll lose the bet to get all the butt. That's the kitty litter trash, the grossest trash of all. The grossest trash. Before I get the grossest trash, let me make sure I've gotten all the urine and feces from the box. It's been a while since I cleaned this, since, I don't know, maybe 10 in the morning or something. Probably a little later than that. I don't think I got up that early, but not that bad for having been ignored most of the day. Gotta scoop this back in here. What ebbs and begins. Now, it isn't very full, but I actually will do this. I'll add this to it. This is the whole house back. You empty it like that. Nice and convenient, right? Put that in there. Put that in there. And it just snaps right back up. And now we'll get trash. And it's still not very full, but it doesn't matter because clean this gross trash, get rid of it as quickly as often as possible. Okay. Now we'll take this trash and put it in this can with a little bit of room left. Okay, now we're going to take these 2 trash cans up the street. We'll do it 1 trash can at a time. Fairly bright moon tonight. As you can see through the trees there. Bright moon, however, dark street. Here's our second trash can. Just as we did with the first one, we will roll this up to the street. We're going to roll it like this. So, you see, I used to think, for some reason, maybe it seems obvious, I don't know, but I used to think that you're supposed to pull it like this. All right? This is backwards. You need to pull it like this. This is the correct way to pull it. Because then it can't fall the wrong way. I mean, it can't fall. Like, I don't know how to explain it to you. But for some reason, this is the correct way to pull a trash can. I did not learn that until I got to this house and had to pull a trash can up a hill. Okay. Our next order of business will entail getting a new trash bag for each of the 3 trash cans that we put into the can and took up. So that's going to require 3 trash bags. Let me wash my hands, they feel dusty. Meow. Meow. Yes. Daddy knows. Meow. What a mournful meows. Oh, yes. You're a good kitty. Yes, you are. You're an important kitty friend. I'm still here watching you eat. All right. While I'm watching you eat, though, I am going to get those trash bags. Yes, I'm just getting the trash bags. See how he looks like? Are you still there? Are you still there? It's like, God, dude. What am I holding your bike as you're learning about training wheels for the first time? This is 2 bags. 1 more. It's a 2-handed job I'm trying to do with one hand. Need more of these kitchen trash bags. We're running out. What do you want now? You want to go outside? Or do you want to go find your sister and bully her? Those are your two activities that you do. You've chosen outside, huh? Very well. Outside it is. Here you go. Still choosing or what? Good. You chose outside. Okay, now we're going to replace these trash bags. We'll go all the way back here. Okay. Rachel's trash can is done. Now we'll get my trash can. Good night, Carla. You always have the N-word passing my hood, bro. You're a certified gangster. Well, thanks. I have no desire to use the N-word. The only time I use it is when I'm singing NWA songs. Because I'm not going to sing different lyrics just because people were all fussy about it. It's like if the songwriter doesn't want me to sing along with their song, they shouldn't make it good. Because, you know, I resonate with the idea in my current moment in life of police fucking with me because I'm a teenager with a little bit of gold in a pager. Fuck that shit, because I ain't the one. You know, who has it bad because I'm brown? Me. Yeah, I'm Izzy, the one they're talking about. And I had to use it then, right? I don't know if that's... Whatever. I guess I wish people were a little bit less fussy about it, but I also don't really think that's a bad thing if people are super fussy about hate speech. You know, certainly it's not. The problem in this instance is a lack of nuance in how to, you know, recognize the difference between hate speech and something else. What is this gross thing? Is it some kind of pod? What is that? Oh, wait, you're looking the wrong way. What is that thing? I need a flashlight or something. Whatever, I don't care what it is. It could be whatever. Okay, next chore I have to do is, did I put a new bag in the can over there? I think I did. I was just wasn't paying attention while I was doing it. I have to go to Rubens to get their trash. Well, thanks, Diablo. I appreciate your validation. I'll tell you what's definitely real is this chore I have to do. We're going to have to drive over to Rubens' house, get their trash, put it in the back of a little wilderness car, the whole trash can, drive it back here and put it in front of my house. Because, I mean, that's my house too, but we don't have trash service over there, right? We only have it here. we're allowed 4 trash cans here. I only have used 2. I want to make sure even though they've only been here a couple of days, I don't like to get behind the 8 ball on the trash thing, you know. Well, I'll need this little twanger. This twanger opens and closes the garage door. So, when we go in the little wilderness car over there, as we are now, I put the twanger, or anytime we go in the little wilderness car, I put the twanger right here. And it's easy to open and close the garage door behind me. All right. Well, as you see, the windshield of the LWC is not the cleanest in the world. Yes, we've got some water spots on there. Stop complaining. You want to look the other direction? No, of course you don't. You want to look to the side? You could look to the side, but you're going to want to see out the front because that's where the headlights are. So just deal with the water specks, okay? Lights, camera, action. First, we'll put on our seatbelt. Not because I need to put on my seatbelt for any reason whatsoever, but because if I don't, then the little wilderness car doesn't let you drive smoothly, makes it all herky-jerky as soon as you hit 5 miles an hour. It's ridiculous. It's a safety mechanism designed to force you to put on your seatbelt. Just don't force me to put on my seatbelt. How about that? Anyway, we're going to disconnect briefly and then we'll be back. Okay, we're at the other house now. I should have brought a flashlight, but I didn't. The moon provides a little light. Okay. I just have to kind of foot grope my way to these steps here. Maybe I should put a light somewhere here, like on this tree. These steps are completely dark at night. Oh, well, there is actually a porch that's just not on. They're here because their car's here, so hopefully they're awake. Yeah, they're awake. When you coming. Hey, could you possibly get any new trash that you have inside, put in that trash can?
Yeah.
And then bring the trash can over here. I gotta put it in the little wilderness car, take it to my house for put on the street.
All right, I'll do it right now.
All right, thanks. And can you turn on this porch light so I can see?
The porch light?
Yeah, thanks. All right, so we're gonna do that. I guess I didn't bring any vape with me. Well, I just have to live without it. I'm gonna put, when he brings the trash can, I put these trashes into the trash can. There was a huge bug. I do not know what kind of bug it was, but that whatever bug just flew around right around here somewhere, above higher, but that was a massive bug. There's that big bug again. Well, I did say to gather up all their current trash, put in the trash can, because I was just thinking maybe they had some bags that were full that weren't put in there. That sounds like I've caused some discussion here. Didn't mean to do that. I didn't even think about this like until just like when I was making food. I think is when I first remembered. Oh shit, tomorrow's trash day. So I couldn't really give them any heads up about it. But someone's behind me. You're seeing in front of me. I should just like stand like this for a live stream, just completely still for like 30 minutes, but moving a little bit. Like this more. So you can't see my eyes, just black. And people would be like, oh my god, what the fuck is that thing? This is the spookiest shit I've ever seen. You know? Everybody just stood like that. You couldn't see anything. This is orange, yeah. Just that for like 30 minutes. That would freak people out, I think. It would freak me out if I encountered that as a stream. Like, what the fuck is this? Alright, so this trash is going to go in there as soon as it gets here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me put these in here. The trash is perfect. Because I was hoping to get a nice full trash can.
Yeah, I was wondering what to do with this today. All right, I'll take it down.
Oh, thanks. I don't even have to carry it. Look at that. Rachel was mentioning that you asked if there was something you could do while you were here. There is one thing. Right there, there's a sign. On the windowsill right there, there's a sign that has street letters on it. Street numbers, I mean.
Yeah.
Reflective street number sign. There's also a flyer. Here's the little wilderness car right here.
Oh, yeah.
There's also a flyer that we got from the Cal Fire people saying, you don't have the right kind of sign. So that's why we bought that.
Okay.
If you feel like it. If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah.
Then you want to put the numbers of this house on the sign. It comes with all the different numbers.
Right.
And you have to sticker them on.
Cool.
and figure out where it's supposed to go from that flyer.
Yeah.
It gives instructions, and you feel like nailing it to something or putting it up somewhere.
Okay.
That would be helpful. If it doesn't happen, that's fine.
Yeah.
But
That
since
sounds fun. I think Acacia would want to do that.
all right, cool. So thank you for the trash. And is there something else I was going to talk to you
I don't know.
about?
Is this how you want to put it in here? I didn't know.
Yeah, I'll fix it. It's just it's fine. It's fine. I got this bungee cord here. I can nail the knee with this, and it'll be fine.
Cool.
I don't remember
What
what
were you
else.
saying?
I was going to ask you something else or talk to you about something else, but I don't remember what it is. So, all right. That should be fine. All right. Well, I will get out of your hair. So, have a great evening.
Sounds good, man. Let me know if you remember.
Yeah, sure. And if you know, if you get bored, just see if I'm streaming. If I am, you know, you feel like coming over and hanging out or something, we could do whatever. Or even if I'm not streaming, if I'm still awake, you know.
Or what?
Or even if I'm not streaming, if I'm still awake.
Sure, man. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but we're on opposite of regular sleep schedules. We're up all night. Yeah, we're up all night and sleeping all day. So
yeah, that's kind of how we've been. So maybe I will.
All right, cool.
All right, man.
Rock and roll. All right. Now we are going to. I'm not talking to you. All right. Now we're going to go back to our house. And you will once again be subjected to a disconnection for a minute or two until we get back to our house. Okay, we're back and better than ever. However, we're gonna park here for a second because I want to put the trash can here at the top of the street. Okay. I'm very much not diligent about backing in my regular car to a parking spot like here at the house or whatever. But I find I'm without exception since the first winter when I could not manage to back this car out of the garage because of the snow. Since that occurred, after that initial getting stuck with it backed in, I have not one time drove this little car in forward. every time. Normally, I back it in a better way. I just go around the driveway, but I didn't tonight because I had to stop up there to put the trash can. Okay, good job, us. Way to kick ass, guys. Good job. You're a real chore hero of the Americas. I'm a real chore hero of the Americas. I guess I just leave that there. Yeah, I think I will just leave that there. Since I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, there's not any need to maximize access.
I'm going to sign off because I'm going to live stream with Eric. Yes, of course, as always. You too. Bye. Thanks for having us.
Oh, my pleasure.
We got to do it again, for sure. Later.
Bye.
Hi, Carmen's Pimp. Hi, Darren Woods. Hi, Outlaw 1089. Hi, Diabolic. Hi, Boba Fett. Everyone is feeling fine. Hi, Rachel Darling. You're off the phone. How is it going? Are you alone?
Yes, I am. It's going good.
Did you eat your sandwich?
Yes, I did. It was good.
It was really good.
Yeah, it was.
Unusually excellent. You know what I did to make it unusually excellent?
What?
One of the condiments I put on there was mustard. That's fine, expected. Another condiment I put on there was Caesar salad dressing.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell.
Well, it wasn't oppressive at all, but it made it just, I don't know. This one seems really good. The sandwich. I wish the bread were a little less toasty, but
Okay.
it's hard to get those rolls toasted right when they're frozen.
Yeah, it is.
Han Halvorson says, gay. Okay. Assuming you're saying this is gay, right? You want another freestyle? Okay.
How many Adderall did you take?
1.5.
Oh, can I do the same?
You want another half?
Yeah. Is it okay?
Of course.
Thank you.
My silence was not meant to indicate disapproval. Just that now I shall pay attention to getting that.
Ah.
I'm trying to find the half. If I can't, I just break another one. Yeah. Who knows where it fell? Oh, here it is. I did find it. Wait.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so you want another freestyle? I was gonna try to get both of us in frame, but for the moment, I'll just give me. It's hard to do vertical live streaming. Boba Fett's not wrong about its many disadvantages, but its significant advantage outweighs all those. Yo, started rot.
No, dirty rat. Total dirty rat.
This torch.
Oh.
I was about to do a freestyle for Diabolic, and then this torch decided to fall apart again.
Again?
Yeah, because you're not supposed to pick it up with this part, right? You're supposed to pick it up here. But I always pick it up with this part. And then it comes off and I have to put it back. In order to put it back, I gotta unscrew this little screw here and then screw it back in. So there. Now it's that way. There. Now it's back. Now I have to screw this back in. Alright, fine. Now this is ready to be, yeah. But before that, a freestyle I said I was ready to do. I made a sandwich, didn't finish, didn't have the bandwidth to make it manage. If I did, it would eat in a minute. Instead, I've got Dorita sitting. There you go.
That was a good one.
Thanks. Sure, Stitcher. Can you sign me to your record label? Do you actually have a record label? What would you provide? My name is someone is behind you. Weird. Is it Friday the 13th? No. It's Saturday the 9th.
It's Sunday.
Sunday. Sorry. It's Sunday the 19th. Yes, I am the best rapper. Everybody would agree with that. I've got the sick flows that say, hey, it's now, it's hot, it's happening.
Yeah, you do.
Like, somebody turn on the trap music. I don't like trap music. That was pretty creepy, right, Karma Spam? I don't know if you saw Creepy, Eric, did you?
No.
So let me see if I can find it on this in the stream here, wherever it is. There. So. Thank you. Just a little bit before this. Let me go back like this. Watch this, Rachel. Before. When somebody comes in the stream, they just see that going on for 30 minutes, right? Like, just somebody standing there.
That is creepy.
And what is going on in this stream?
Oh my god, people would be so creeped out. But you might get people for the creep factor.
Spaghetti won. Spaghetti was the big winner in today's poll, beating out ravioli, then linguine, then macaroni. I agree, RC. I did not think spaghetti was going to do so well.
Me neither.
It's the boring choice, you know. It's like,
Yeah,
what's your what ice cream flavor? Vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, or coffee? I wouldn't expect vanilla to win, but maybe it would. You think so? With those other choices?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you think there's a choice I could put that would make vanilla lose?
No.
If I was about to eat a banana, but as I removed the last piece of the peel, I realized that the banana had a face and was sentient. What would I do? um, I guess I'd be like, "Oh shit! Did you? I did. I just unpeeled you. Is that a problem? How was I supposed to know that you were a sentient banana?" And then I just have to see what he said. I have to engage with him verbally. Mandy, my answer to Israel or Palestine is lettuce 2024. Iceberg, romaine, whatever. You think vanilla and mint chocolate chip would be about even?
Yeah, I was thinking that pasta.
All right, well, let's try it. We'll find out, okay? So I put vanilla mint chocolate chip. I'm going to put coffee as well. Do you think the other flavor I should put is strawberry?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The best ice cream flavor is vanilla. Mint chocolate chip. Coffee. That's my favorite. And strawberry. um, well, John McCauley, I'm sorry to say I have no idea what the posterior fornix is. The recess behind the cervix. So only women have a posterior fornix? I guess so. No, I would love to affirm your belief that I am an absolute expert on a woman's sexual anatomy. I am not. So, raspberry seems like a good flavor, but it seems like they're gonna make sherbet out of raspberry,
sherbet
rather than
raspberry.
ice cream. Chocolate peanut butter. Chocolate peanut butter sounds good. I don't know if I've ever had that flavor of ice cream, but raspberry pizza, no. Raspberry pizza, no. But meth flavored ice cream would not slap. Meth tastes terrible. As every amphetamine, they all taste basically the same, which is terrible. Tastes like chemical death. Weed ice cream, I don't think I want to try that. It doesn't sound good. I like to keep my desserts and my weeds separate, really. I'm fine with buying gummies, but really I just want my edibles to be as little amount of quantity of mass that I have to consume for as much impact as possible. Pistachio ice cream's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pistachio ice cream is good.
It is good. DMT flavored ice cream. Oh my god, DMT has such a distinct taste, and you taste it for like days afterwards. If anybody smokes any DMT and you walk into the house anytime after they smoked it, you'd be like, wow, it really smells like DMT in here.
Yeah.
One time I was scraping residual bits of DMT from this pen I had and putting it on bowls. And Rachel came in and said, smells like DMT. Remember?
No, I don't. But
Yeah, yeah. And I was like, you got a good nose on you, lady. It does smell like DMT. I mean, if they could squeeze like 250 milligrams of THC into a Tic Tac, that'd be great. Or just like a pill you take, What are the pens like? Great, efficient. It can be. You gotta hit it very differently than, say, a THC pen. Can I see your THC pen? Which one is this that's in here? The Jack or the other?
Jack.
You like the Jack better? Of the two?
Yeah.
I like the Jack better of the two as well. With a THC pen, you hit it as hard as you want, basically, but you don't necessarily hit it for a super long time because you're gonna get plenty of me out of it, right? Like just it's just clogged. There. In other words, you can get a big hit from one of these being haphazard in how you hit it. Pull slow, pull fast, do a combination of both. As long as you keep the button pushed and keep hitting it, you'll get a big hit. Thank you. DMT pen is not like that. DMT pen, you gotta hit it like this. First, you make sure it's tilted down, and you hit it like this. Hit it as slow as you possibly can, or else you won't get a big hit. Yeah, I know. Everyone keep telling me I was smoking DMT wrong. What we just hit with the THC pen is a Jack Herrera concentrate. What I'm smoking in terms of flower, I don't know what it's called because this weed kind of fell into our laps, but
Wife, money.
yeah, this is my wife. I still get it, that boy class. Boba Fett refuses to believe that I smoked high quality DMT because it's hard to explain how he could possibly believe that he knows better than I do about the DMT that I smoked and that he had zero experience with whatsoever. But that's Boba Fett for you. I do have a nice wife. I have a wonderful wife and a special lady.
Yeah.
Her name is Rachel. She's 39. She's from Long Island, New York. I mean, I smoked lots of DMT back when I had access to it. Rachel, this DMT that Boba Fett says is watered down, smoking this DMT gave Rachel serotonin syndrome because she takes Prozac, but most importantly because it was very good DMT, I've never tried the kind that you put on top of a bowl. I would like to do that. It might be better. It might be a better experience. I don't know. But I tried multiple different, like, not strains, but, DMT made by different people in different pens with different names, you know. And all of them were highly effective. But one thing that one has to remember is depending on what else you take, it may negatively impact your ability to uh, get a full experience. So there was one night when I went and hit the DMT pen hard and it didn't seem to really be doing anything to me. I'm pretty sure, though, the reason for that was I had taken a half a Klonopin. And benzos are trip killers. My best DMT experience? I mean, there wasn't any particular thing notable about it. I know which one it was. I remember Rachel and I were standing on the deck in Arcadia, and I felt super just zen and and it was a great moment of like feeling clarity and stuff. Um, but I don't have any stories or anything to tell about DMT. You can see me on DMT in old streams when I had it. Well, remember, DMT doesn't last an especially long time. So it is the case that on multiple occasions when I first uh, finished hitting like 3, 4 big hits of DMT, that I was very much sort of immobilized, right? Too much in the throes of the DMT to say much. Sometimes kind of, you know. But remember that it's not going to last especially long, and it doesn't change who you are fundamentally. I'm who I am. What's notable, of course, is I'm pretty sure Boba Fett's never done DMT. Garuda asks hilariously, will I march in support of socialism? Of course not. I'm not going to march in support of authoritarianism, totalitarianism, violence, idiocy, stuff like that. That's all. Those are the things that socialism are. Now, I've said other people say I've not had a breakthrough experience. My position on it is I don't interpret DMT as having levels in that way. And it's not a scary psychedelic, even when you're deep, hardcore, like in time warp mode where everything's like creeping by. Like 1 minute seems like it's lasting 45 minutes, you know? Even when you're in that mode. I mean, Bill Fett, have you ever actually done DMT? I mean, on one occasion when I was doing DMT, I think that was the case. I was on some pharma stuff that prevented it. On the other occasions, I had real DMT, smoked it, had very strong DMT experiences. But the thing is, a lot of people don't get that their magic talk about it is not something that that's not how I'm gonna frame stuff, right? So I didn't see any elves, true. No, yeah, okay. I don't want to go through this again, okay? Note the following thing. Here are the facts. I got multiple different batches of DMT pens from my friend. These same pens, multiple people had these so-called breakthrough experiences on them, seeing the elves, etc., including my friend, on multiple different ones of these pens. Nobody of the many people who tried these DMT pens felt as though they were anything other than as advertised, right? They had their breakthrough experiences. They saw their elves. Okay? It is the case that when I was first trying to hit it, when I was first trying to learn how to use those pens, it took me a couple times to get the hang of getting the big hits. Because after you get like 3 or 4 big hits and hold it in, like the third one, you blow it out. You're like, whoa! I don't know if I can do another big one, but you make yourself do it anyway, and you blow it out, and it's like, oh my god, I better not smoke any more of this right now. So you got to make yourself get as much of it as you can before you tap. You're like, no thanks. Um, the thing is, I had many of these conversations with people before about how I didn't get real DMT, I wasn't smoking it right. If I had real DMT, I would be behaving differently, etc. Right? But the facts tell us otherwise. The facts tell us every other person, except maybe Rachel, who tried and used these DMT pens, and Rachel was on psych drugs that interfered with that, had these breakthrough experiences. That everybody said these DMT pens were as advertised, okay? But I did not. True, I talked to no elves, but is that how we define a breakthrough experience? Is if you see and talk to elves? So it was unfortunate back when it happened that I was just trying to have fun with my drugs, and everybody was telling me, well, they could not possibly know, which was that they knew better than I did what my subjective experience meant. I am not a person who is prone to affording impacts to some kind of weak placebo shit, right? I'm an old head. I've done acid, mushrooms, mescaline, ketamine, MDMA. I'm as expert, experienced, and reliable a reporter regarding drugs and drug use, as well as expert a drug user as there is on the planet. I have all and the only access to the necessary subjective data that informs the question, and yet I've had myriad people insist that despite the fact that they're talking with the world's most expert drug user, despite the fact that they have no access to any of the data that could actually inform them enough to have them know something that they know better than I do about the DMT that I smoked. It's what I call epistemological butt fuckery. You don't know shit. What do you think I am? Some teenage girl buying oregano at the park? How's to the no? Well, I'll concede. It's plausible that the non-pen kind is better. It's plausible. But I can assure you of this. As far as the pen kind goes, I was smoking and had access to the dark web's finest. I might try to make it. You apparently can buy the ingredients for it. Like this kind of plant thing and this kind of powdered plant thing. One of them's used as a dye. Interesting thing is, the reason ayahuasca is how it is. Ayahuasca is DMT, you know. But it's not DMT that you smoke. The reason ayahuasca is what it is because the DMT producing part of the plant part that makes your DMT fine. But if you ingest it, not smoke it, then your body breaks down those DMT alkaloids or whatever they are so fast that it doesn't ever really get you tripping at all. However, if you mix this other kind of plant in there, it prevents your body from breaking those down, and that's why you're able to have this extended DMT trip via ayahuasca. Gnarly because the MAOI prevents metabolism. So I don't want mescaline. I could easily enough get mescaline. I mean, the thing is, I don't really want ayahuasca either. I want smokable DMT. And maybe I'll check out the process and maybe even make it happen, you know? But I'm not a chemist. If I know about ayahuasca, I have looked it up, but that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying the reason ayahuasca is different than smoking DMT is because if you metabolize it by ingesting it, DMT breaks down too fast for you to get loaded. That's why they mix in the other plant, which is a MAO inhibitor. San Pedro is not a good way to get mescaline. There is a good mescaline producing cactus that's around here, but it's not San Pedro and it's not peyote. Oh, I would never do Datura. Of course not.
Hi, cat down the road.
Datura is not even a drug at all. It's like a neurotoxin that produces some insanity quality effects, you know. So, you know, I don't see myself having any means of purchasing ayahuasca. I mean, purchasing DMT. So I'll probably try to make it because I do like it. I mean, my perspective on the hippy dippy stuff is you had a powerful drug experience, right? I don't. I, I have. I have tripped so hard on acid before, and you know, my take on it after the fact was, wow, that was super intense. And there were moments where it seemed like this is extremely enlightening, informative, or whatever. But as soon as the trip's over, I'm just like, oh, that was a powerful drug experience that sometimes feels like it's informative in ways that you cannot explain, which is why it's not informative. True, you and your wife should come to the next Peach Festival in Pennsylvania. I mean, I used to feel that a lot. I used to feel that every time I took mushrooms. Like, after I took mushrooms, I'd always be like, I feel better. I feel like things that used to stress me out, and now realize how insignificant those matters are and how just chill, just relax. Life's good. You don't have to stress so much. Mushrooms used to make me feel like that. But here's the bottom line. I've never met any wise person who can express to me wisdom that they gleaned from a drug experience that has been ultimately communicable, right? What they say is like, oh, I mean, it just showed me how much everything was one. I'm like, okay, so is this special knowledge that you gained, is it communicable to others or not? If it's not, then it's not special knowledge that you gained. It was a powerful experience you had, right? I mean, I feel most magical about mushrooms because there's a quality about mushrooms that seems like they have their intention slash will about things. They either approve or don't approve of you doing them right now or in this much of them or whatever. I call it, I say there's a council of mushroom gods. And mushrooms expect you to have a certain kind of relationship with it, that's respectful, you know. Mushrooms basically is like, don't treat me like a whore. And I won't make you puke. Oh yeah, I'm sure DMT is a great and powerful and different feeling psychedelic experience. I like DMT a lot. I mean, I would go so far as to say it's my favorite non-amphetamine drug. I think it's great, but the one thing I don't like about it is everybody telling me that my DMT smoking doesn't count somehow. That's the one thing I don't like about it. Even if I were to have this breakthrough experience and talk to elves, I'd be like, well, yeah, now I know what the elves are, but powerful drug experience? I believe drugs are for partying, not for learning things. If I want to learn things, I'll read. Yeah, Rachel loves ketamine. I'm a little less fond of it than she is. She likes to dissociate. Dissociate. It is kind of the opposite path of psychedelics, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like anti-psychedelia. Do 0.4 DMT. What's 0.4? You mean 0.4 amount? Like 0.4 milligrams or something? Or I don't know. Is it a specific kind of DMT? I mean, I would love for something to happen where it's confirmed that okay, I do get it. There is a qualitatively different thing that happens when you have a breakthrough experience. Now that I've had it, I understand. You were right. I didn't have a breakthrough experience before. I hope that does happen. But I'm skeptical because uh, the people who say I don't have a breakthrough, who haven't had a breakthrough experience or whatever, they don't quite get just how often, how many specific instances I had to smoke DMT, and how many of those I hit it as hard as I could and had extremely heavy DMT experiences. I just don't refer to them as breakthrough, maybe, right? I didn't talk to any elves, but I don't know. It's not my first few times. I've done DMT multiple times. You know, benzos are not dissociative. You might call them amnesics. If you do a bunch of benzos, it's like getting roofied. Oh, that's what that was. I wondered if it was just incidental. The use of is kept at bay was just incidental because it's a common enough expression. But no, you were referencing that. Thank you. How nice. Have I ever left my body? You mean like looked down on myself from above or something? No. I will say this. Well, Name in Progress has only had one DMT breakthrough and it was just a complete void. I believe it's possible I haven't had a breakthrough experience yet. I have some kind of a corollary to refer to, specifically that when I was trying to do MDMA way back when, I tried to do it 4, 5, 6 times. I don't know. Only one of those times did I get real strong MDMA, and then I was like, "Oh, this is ecstasy. Okay, it is as advertised. I feel like a saint or an angel with a halo around me. Everything's so just beautiful and delightful. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, oh yeah, I can see through my eyelids when I close my eyes. This happens frequently enough when I'm going to sleep. But nothing to do with DMT though. A lot of times when I'm sleeping, or not quite asleep, I can see through my eyelids and see the room that I'm sleeping in. It's been since I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, I thought I actually could see through my eyelids. I thought, oh, I guess when I'm going to sleep, I can I can still see even with my eyes closed. I didn't even really think why or something. I just thought, well, I guess that's just how it works. But later I realized you can't see through your eyelids when you're going to sleep. What are you thinking, Eric? That's not possible. Well, that's why I never did it again after I got the good MDMA. Is the next day I had this like involuntary twitch that concerned me a great deal. So I was like, I'm not doing that anymore. It seems to maybe fuck you up. Iboga? What's Iboga? That African one? Well, it lasts longer than 15 minutes. Okay. It's more like 45 minutes to an hour, really, until it's fully washed, you know? I'd heard 15 minutes too, but it's actually longer than that. Rachel, do you want to play Road Rash?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. That is a long lasting psychedelic. It's probably a little too long lasting. It's like acid.
Acid's something I'm gonna avoid.
You okay? Back hurts?
Yeah, cause like,
You're being tense?
I was sitting, I was slump hunched like for while I was talking, cause I was either sitting on the floor or in bed. So, and also like playing this game makes me tense. So.
You want me to move one of these black chairs up into your room? I could.
I never thought about it
If
before.
there's room for it. We'll think about it more.
Okay.
No rush on it. Alright, I'm gonna load the game I was playing before for you to continue, okay?
Okay. Oh, sorry, I thought I needed the so difficult.
Oh.
Biker.
My favorite cryptid is the northwestern tree octopus. I didn't know about that one. Well, bet you are incorrect when you say that, right?
What's he saying?
He says, if you want more subs, get a gaming streaming PC or a console and start streaming. Get you to 100K in no time. Why? Why would people prefer my gaming streams over gamers' gaming streams? And even if they did, why would I want to gain subs doing something that I don't want to make content that way long term? It's not going to result in long term benefits. It's just going to result in a lot of disappointed people unsubbing when I stop trying to game the system by doing stuff I don't naturally want to do. You have to think about it a little more broadly than you're thinking about it.
Ah, motherfucker. Sorry. I didn't mean to
That's
curse.
fine. You do your thing, though. Yeah, salvia is not a good drug.
What the heck?
I like Donna Chamberlain. Donna Chamberlain likes salvia. Yeah. Well, I'm not. It's not even possible for me to sell out. I guess the only thing I can make myself do to try to get more subs is stream for longer. you know, I can't even barely get myself. It takes. I had to have my hand held by this chatter who bullied slash cajoled me into emailing Destiny. That's how practical I am about YouTube. Not at all. Okay, but that's not me, right? Everybody's like, why don't you be somebody else? They got successful like this. I don't want to be somebody else. I don't want to attain success. It's not my goal, right? Like, oh, what's popular right now? Is it videos talking about celebrities' color scheme? Then that's what I'm going to do. No, because my goal is not success. My goal is to YouTube how I want to YouTube, when I want to YouTube, and enjoy it in the way that I do. Well, I don't know if I'm going to debate him or anything, but this guy. Because, like I said, Bopet, I want to do what I want to do and have as much visibility, recognition, or success for doing that, right? In other words, success itself is not my goal. Being successful without changing who I am or what I do at all, without working at all, that's my goal. So, yeah, I do want to have as many people in the world as possible have a chance to see me streaming, hear what me talking like sounds like, and what this experience is here talking on Facebook. I want as many people as possible to see and have that experience. But I don't want as many people as possible to have a different experience. In other words, me making what Boba Fett thinks I should make in order to uh, get people to subscribe to who I'm not and not what I'm doing.
What's that mean? Don't spam everyone. You got no points for.
It means you must lose points for punching people or something.
Oh.
It's not the pick on Boba Fett hour. It's the um, eventually getting fed up with Boba Fett's continual complaining about vertical live streaming.
Yeah.
Yes, I want more people to see me stream. Okay? That's why I vertically stream, as I've told you. That does not mean I want more people to see me doing something else. No, I don't want to get a console. You want me to stream console gaming. I don't want to stream console gaming. Right now, Rachel and I are streaming Road Rash because we're both really into it at the moment. Naturally occurring, organically occurring reality. Not buy a console and implement a plan of some sort. Planning is not how we roll around here. Invest in a controller. I am quite confident that even if we had controllers, I'd not be able to figure out how to make them interface with this site. I don't want to get some console so that then my controllers will work. I'm perfectly happy with things the way they are. What I don't want are solutions to problems I don't have. Well, because I had mint chocolate chip in there, I didn't want to have like two flavors cannibalizing a bit from each other. I thought mint chocolate chip might cannibalize from chocolate, but we all agreed mint chocolate chip is a better flavor than chocolate. So, yeah. I'm not denying myself more happiness and fans. I'm explaining to you I don't want to do your plan.
Damn, so far.
Well, I agree, but they both have chocolate in them. Thanks, Dingus. It's a great idea. I could be so much more marketable if I just was a different person, you know? The problem, Eric, here, I love what you're doing, Eric. I just want to see if we can get rid of the Eric part. Nice one.
Thanks. Oh my god.
The one thing I should get and would like to get, probably some point will get, is is a good wireless, a working wireless two lavalier mic setup. I've tried to get lavalier mic solutions on 2 occasions prior. Neither of them worked or were adequate. I may try again. If I had two easy to clip on, high quality wireless lavalier mics, then whenever Rachel and I were streaming, you could hear both of us perfectly well, etc. That would be a big improvement. I mean, enough in favor of that I've attempted to do it twice before. The second one, even though it said it was going to work with my phone and do all the things I wanted, didn't work. So,
Mm,
Rachel's having a rough race
I
here.
really am.
That's what a lavalier mic is. Thing is, the little mics you clip on. So the thing is, they have ones that have two mics, each of which you can clip on that are wireless, and that I guess mix somehow. You know, like so that it's not one of them's left channel, one of them's right channel. That's what I tried to get before. On two occasions, I tried to get lavalier mic solutions, and on both those occasions, the first one was a corded one. It was just a single one, and it made me realize what I need in lavalier mics. The second one was two mics, wireless, but it just didn't work. I couldn't get it to work with my phone, even though it said it did. And I tried a lot of things. Plus, I mean, it was horrible. The receiver part that you plug into your phone. You plug one piece into the USB jack in the phone, and then the mic's engaged with that thing, right? It it was this piece that you could turn in four different directions to get four different kind of USB plugs, but it wouldn't even stay in the phone. I had to rubber band it onto the phone. It was a nightmare. So I need to get back to that, but I that's something I would like to do to improve things. Dreamsy Smokes reviews. I know. There shouldn't be cars on the road here at all. They're
It's so
holding a
hard.
motorcycle race, for goodness
I
sakes.
know.
Tell the cars to drive someplace else.
So good. You go over a mountain, like a hill, and then they appear, and you're like, oh my god, that's it.
It's called instant death syndrome, Rachel.
It is instant death syndrome. Boom, boom. Go away.
I also burdened you with starting the game I had earlier, which means all the low hanging fruit courses have been picked. You got the tough ones left to go.
Did a good job though, getting the other ones.
Oh,
See, like I don't understand.
You just squeaked past
Yeah.
it.
But then sometimes I just try to squeak past when you don't get it.
That's life as a rasher.
Yeah.
People who play this game are
No.
called rashers. That's what the police call them. Oh, sadness and sorrow and shame and anxiety.
I'm so proud of you for getting those other boards. Like sometimes the bikers look like a car.
Mm-hmm. There's other boards. I do not know what you're talking about.
The other, like you got to fourth place, right?
Oh, you mean to finish off the other tracks?
Yeah. Good for you.
Thank you. Oh, Trey.
Oh, there's all actually like I think in the second level there's more things on the side of the road too.
This isn't the second level yet, though.
Oh, this is not?
No.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it
because
is?
These guys are like green and blue. The other.
I must have loaded the wrong one. Sorry.
Oh.
I must have loaded one of your previous games.
Oh, possibly.
I've never gotten the second one.
Oh, I'll play the other.
I mean, if you want to play this one,
it's
it's
so
too
freaking
hard.
hard.
All right, let me get you a different load. Oh, I didn't mean to save state. I meant to load a save state. Okay, so you just want to start from scratch?
Or from one that you had. Or from scratch, whatever.
Just from scratch.
Yeah, okay.
You can start your own game fresh. You can buy your motorcycle from the motorcycle store. You can celebrate all that is good and just and true in the motorcycle racing business.
Yeah.
All right, friends. Now you're going to see a lot more successful racing action. I'm confident.
Sorry,
That's my bad. I obviously loaded the wrong one because I never got to the second level. That couldn't have been me. Oh,
no.
well, that's all right.
I'll get it.
You're in 8th place, 9th place. Probably be still in 10th or something.
Yeah,
So it's
10th,
not
yeah.
11th.
Oh, someone just
No,
pushed me
you've got
forward.
10th, 9th. So you're fine. You got time to close that gap.
True.
Oh. Pow, 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 pow. Pow, pow, pow.
Yeah.
Pow, pow, pow. Ooh.
Yay.
Second place. Very nicely done, Rachel.
Thank you, Erd.
Yes, Matrix Khaled, that's my wife, not my daughter. Thing is, it's actually plausibly an honest mistake. It happens often enough that I do believe it to be frequently an honest mistake. People think she's my daughter. She's 39. She looks younger than me than she is, and I'm 53. I look older than I am, so it's understandable people make the mistake. If he meant it just to be a dick, then
Pick me up.
thanks for standing up for us. But oh yeah, I keep thinking that too when I see that cord. I can get rid of that cord. Ruben says I was conceived to this song. Can I explain the Destiny controversy? What controversy? I don't know anything about any controversy. Nice to see Drinky Smokes here. This is Road Rash, correct. Seventh place. Why did you time him out, Karma's Pimp? I didn't see anything time outable from him, but maybe I missed something. Oh, I emailed Destiny an email that, well, I was gonna give him, I know, right, but he kept asking because I wasn't responding to the chat. Once I responded to it, I was gonna wait for him to do it again before I timed out. Because it could have been an honest mistake. Maybe it wasn't, maybe it was, but yeah, I hear you, Kermit, but he was repeating himself in this instance because I wasn't looking at the chat, so he wasn't getting answered. But still, I appreciate your, you know, being on defending Rachel and stuff. Oh, you think he did after that? Well, if that's the case, then good job. Hi, Wang Chang. Wahong Chahong. Rahod Rahash. What happened with what? Nothing happened. Homie got timed out. And sounds like he deserved to be timed out. Oh, it's Destiny? Somebody encouraged me to email him saying, like, you know, basically, can we talk? Can I come on your show, or can you come online, or whatever? So one thing that will get you immediately hidden is defamation regarding me, which is say factually false statements that imply I'm engaged in some sort of criminality. I didn't suggest a topic, and instead I told them I was a retired debate coach. Blah, 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 blah. I'll read the email at some point, but not right now. Fifth, so close.
I know, so close.
Getting some decent money.
Okay, so let me know when you think I should upgrade my motorcycle.
No, I wasn't baited. I was just, bugged about it by this guy until I was like, okay, look, fine. If you really want me to email him, then you write the email for me to send him, send it to me, and send me his email address, and I'll send it to him. Fine. So then he did send me an email, and then I rewrote it a little bit, but I took the basic conceptual template of it, and then I sent Destiny that email. Because it was like, he was around yesterday bugging me about it, and then he came around today again bugging me about it. And I'm like, okay, Jesus. Brew, says Don420. Brew, what's up? Are you my brew? Brew, 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 brew. Yeah, I've had several people say that. Like, he's a pretty reasonable guy. I've not really watched any of his content. Maybe a speck of it here or there. But the reason I'm not interested in stuff is the conclusion I did take from the little bit I've seen is that he's kind of shooting fish in a barrel. Like, it doesn't seem like he's engaging and not engaging with a lot of worthy opponents, maybe? Iron Lion says, whoa, someone's been practicing. Rachel's pretty kick-ass at this game.
Thanks. No! I'm just getting on your bike again.
At least it was close.
Hey,
Fourth place. Nice job.
thanks.
I would say maybe see if you can keep riding until you have enough money to get not the next bike, but the one after the
Okay.
seventh up.
Alright.
See if you can win these. Even if pick up the cash, try not to crash, don't get a ticket, and win road rash.
I don't know if I have a choice though to do. Oops.
You can wait longer until you buy the bike.
Oh,
You just need to make an additional $2,000.
okay.
Whoa. Look at me go. Ride the motorcycle. Or win the race and get the cash. Look at me go. On my motorcycle. Win the race, get the cash. Rachel is a road rash badass. Look at her go.
Damn it.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh no, I'm so far from my bike.
Run around, get on it right now. Go fast, go and
Oh
crash.
man.
And somebody run over your ass. Get now down the road. Straddle hard that bike and go. Throttle down and speed up.
Whoa.
Run over those stupid fucks. Now you're driving down the lane. Driving fast, you're totally insane. Look at you, make the corner quick. Avoid the car, hey, that's slick. This song should have some rapping like that over it to encourage you in your gameplay.
I like your raps.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
O is for Rachel, she's on a bike. A is for always, it's how she fights. C is the course, she rides on, of course, as she rides her iron horse. H is for hell, the hell they go through, her opponents trying to finish number 2.
Ah!
Oh no, she crashed.
Oh no, I crashed.
My bike is way down over there. I'm running fast as I can. My name is Claire. I'm turning now. I'm going now. I'd like to offer you a 360-degree deal. I don't know what a 360-degree deal is. Cars are trouble. Yes, they are. More trouble than bikes by far. Look at her go, splitting the lane. And now she turns cause she isn't lame. She finds left, she goes to the right. Speeding down this road all night. She speeds up faster and faster until she is the master of road rash. And then she run back to her bike. A car hit her, all right. Or maybe it was a sign.
It was a sign.
It was a sign that she would make some time.
Oh yeah.
She's in 13th place, but that's gonna change. Cause this riding woman is riding insane. She's gonna catch up and pass her enemies until she makes her way up to number 3. Look at her go and turn tonight. She ride. Oh!
There was so much
Head
promise.
on collision. Disrupting my song. She was making such good time, but then she picked the wrong lane. And she crashed. It was insane. Now she's turning left and right. Fight, 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 fight. Well, 13th place. You only made $30. That's okay, darling. I have faith in you.
Thank you.
I believe that you are gonna win.
Thanks.
Bam! Oh, get the funk out my way. Rachel, turn it up. I turn it. Rachel, turn and get the funk out my way.
Yeah, get the phone down.
She gonna turn. Throttle down and burn. Staying in her lane cause there's a hill.
Oh.
And the car hits her, it kills. She avoided it just in time. Thanks to this good warning rhyme.
I could have swore I snuck. Oh.
She thought she snuck. Instead she was a sitting duck. Car ran her flat. Now she's close to last to place last. Now she got to catch up. Go past these guys. Get out of my way, she says.
No!
Oh no, I got almost run over by the car. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Slater, you dick. That was Slater,
That
you
was
guys.
Slater?
Yeah. This is Lester. Take that, Lester. Get out of here with your festering wounds. We don't like Top Gun. It's too hard.
It's really hard.
Oh! Fortunately, she's close to the bike. Gets on it and starts a fight. Turning here and turning there. Raking her race over where?
I did better than I think.
You did. It was better than last time. Grub. She just passed Grub. Here's Gunther. Next, we have Sid.
No!
Oh! Rude boy! Rude boy.
Oh boy.
Grub. Grub, take that. Gunther, watch out!
I'm so sorry. Oh my god. I thought that was a biker.
Don't run and get on my bike.
Namaste.
Oh,
Namaste.
she's got the namaste in her heart. Namaste.
Meow.
Namaste. With the perfect stillness and calm of a Indian yogi, and exercising the powers of Om and Namaste, Rachel casually makes her way through complicated traffic patterns while breaking not even a single drop of sweat. Watch out. Whenever you crest a hill on the wrong side of the street, I worry.
No, me too.
7. Might get some a little bit more money. 140 for that. You're up to 2,700.
Okay.
If you can get over 5,000, then you should have credit for 7,000. Cloudy day, clouds floating by in the sky, all the way to the bay, with volcanic mountains shooting high above the waters towards the sky. It is in this noble environment that today we join our protagonist, motorcycle racing entrepreneur expert Rachel Strauss, as she narrowly avoids certain death at the hands or bumper of a slow-moving vehicle. Meow. Oh, lordy lord.
Oh, Lordy, Lord, indeed.
Meow. Oh no!
finger just landed on right. And just...
Oh no! Oh, Jesus. Okay, meow. I'll come deal with you in a second. I'm watching this right now. Okay, I think I'll begin regular sports commentary on the motorcycle race now, so you can get a real sense of what's going on.
Yes.
In this instance, fourth place, yes, 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 because why? Because that means she cleared that course. Okay? How many courses do you have left uncleared? You got Grass Valley, and that's it.
Grass Valley and
Redwood Forest.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's do the Grass Valley. Okay, right. Sports commentary. Here we go. Thanks for joining us today here on Motorcycle Racing Television Network as we join Race in Progress featuring star up-and-coming rookie motorcycle racing phenom Rachel Strauss, seen here clad in the red motorcycle outfit and clearly making significantly better time on her motorcycle than the majority of her opponents. Coming into the latter stages of the first lap here, we find Mrs. Strauss moving solidly in 7th place currently, making up ground quickly after a slow start. Oh, what we just saw there, folks, is a little bit of dirty play by one of Mrs. Strauss's opponents. Namely, I didn't catch the name of that one, but it should be noted that Rachel has now kicked Slater out of the way. Ooh, and narrowly avoids... Oh, it's a terrible accident, folks. We can only hope she's going to walk away from this one. Wow, that's an amazing resilience. Look at her go. Not only did she get up from that horrifying accident, but she sprints back to her motorcycle, having lost multiple places to opponents who passed her in that opportunity. She's dropped down now to 8th place, but is closing up upon the biker Lester, who is ahead of this white car. I don't know how this car has gotten onto the racetrack. It's a real risk to the racers here, but they're undeterred. They continue forward. Oh, Strauss takes a wicked punch in the back. This kind of dirty play has no business in motorcycle racing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a dark day for the sport. Strauss now passing another car and avoiding a third as she enters into the very end of the first lap, I believe, if I've been keeping track adequately. In 6th place now, she's making ground on 3 separate opponents. First, Biff finds himself in trouble as he's knocked aside by Strauss's efforts. And she finishes in 5th place. Not a bad thing, Rachel. Not a bad thing.
Thanks.
5th is good.
It's getting better.
I'll tell you why. 5th is better than 4th.
Oh, yeah?
Because if you're going to advance on a course, you'd like to get 1st place to get the most money as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And 5th is the most money that's not 1st place.
Oh.
2nd, cool. 4th, you might as well just get 5th. Okay, back to our race commentary. We've begun this course here in the High Sierras. One of the racers a lot of the racers say it's one of their favorite courses to visit, but not one of their favorite courses to race. I believe this course is named Redwood Forest. Now, we see our protagonist, Strauss, Rachel, the hot new name on the circuit this year, a phenom that some people say is the best new talent they've seen in motorcycle racing since Frank McGee, obviously one of the more Hall of Fame racer, won 130 races over the course of a long and illustrious professional career. Regardless, a lot of racers have compared her technique to his as well, especially her resilience. So we see her take a bit of a spill here. She crashed into the back of the car, does not slow her down, sprints right back to the motorcycle, gets on, mounts, straddles, and has begun resuming her progress towards the other bikers in the race. Gunther's in front of her, and she's gaining ground quickly. She's taking a chance here by passing in the other lane over a hill, nevertheless avoids death by car narrowly enough, as there was no car coming. Having a bit of the speed wobbles here, but I'm confident Strauss will regain control of her bike. She does so, and we see her making progress across the intersection and into the second lap. Now, it is Sid who waits in front of her, trying to keep his distance, trying to keep his lead over the intrepid Rachel, but it appears that she is just too quick on this machine today for Sid's liking. She is closing in on him surely but slowly, and has now passed him. In an act that can only be called sickening and vengeful, not one but two of the motorcycle racers have chosen to physically assault Mrs. Strauss. So annoyed are they at her superior racing skills. Again, a dark day for motorcycle racing. Rex, trying to go as fast as he can in the wrong lane, is suffering from speed wobbles and is having trouble maintaining control of his bike. Rachel takes quick and easy advantage of that and finds herself finishing again in 5th place. An excellent finish for Mrs. Strauss.
Thank you. Should I look into getting a bike?
No, I think you should try to wait until your dollar figure is $5,200, and then you can go straight to the $7,000 bike.
Okay.
And here we are again, racing fans, at Redwood Forest Racing Course. Oh my gosh, such action right out the gate here in today's race, as we once again have our featured rider, Mrs. Rachel Strauss, who's the name on everyone's lips this season in her snappy red outfit with her daring do style of break-free riding. From what we understand, while Mrs. Strauss is aware that her motorcycle does have brakes, she chooses to never use them. And as you can see, this unusual strategy has not seemed to negatively impact her very much in this young season's beginnings. She has left Sid behind. Oh, in her dust. And excuse the exaltation on my part. I was very concerned for Rachel's well-being and, of course, the well-being of her motorcycle. A wreck like that can cost up to $400 in repairs. Rachel takes advantage of the hill to easily and smoothly pass her previous opponent as she moves in now on Rex. Actually, it's Rex who's closing in close behind her, I believe, but now she's beginning to put some distance as she enters the second lap of the race. Biff and Rachel tangle, and Rachel appears to win that wrestling match of bumpages Having passed now Biff, she closes on Slater only to be crushed by a head-on collision with a vehicle. Fortunately, she lands close to her bike, runs right back to it, mounts, straddles, throttles down, and goes. Now in 8th place, she's chasing Lester, who took the opportunity to pass her as she was knocked silly onto the ground briefly. Car is coming, but she avoids it. Motorcycle is a police officer. She whips right around him with as much concern as a butterfly passing a squirrel in a meadow. In 6th place, Strauss now throttling down, closing the ground on Biff, but Biff is not going to want to let her pass fairly. He takes a swing at her with what appears to be a club or some other kind of weapon. Obviously, that sort of equipment is not allowed in motorcycle racing. The race is over. Strauss is finished in 4th place. She's earned $200 and cleared the course.
Grass Valley it is.
Okay, Grass Valley, I'm going to suggest, if you possibly can, get 1st place.
Oh, first place?
1st place, so you get the maximum money. If you're going to clear it in 4th place, just like, okay, don't clear it yet. We need a little more money.
Okay. I'll try.
I'll keep track of where you are and stuff, okay? Ooh. Good moves. Who's the lady on all the magazines? It's Rachel. There's a hot new name in racing. She's named on everyone's lips. She's spinning and turning and turning. She's throttling down and shit. She talked about from France to the north and the south, my pants. And now she's passing cars like nobody's business.
Whoa! Whoa.
Wow. This is a very productive stretch of the course here for Strauss as she weaves her way through 1, 2, 3, then 4 opponents to pop out in front of the group there and into 8th place. Comes into those turns a bit hot, but manages to extricate herself without any kind of crash. She enters into sole possession of 7th place as she leaves Lester behind her wake. Whoa! Close call there with the signs, but Strauss manages to figure it out, closing in on Rex and looking to seize what he currently holds, namely 6th place. Fourth, I wasn't paying attention. My bad. I meant to pay attention. Okay, well, I'd say start the 2nd level and try to get more cash before buying a new bike so you can bypass the mid-range bike and go to the next higher level bike.
Okay.
Sierra Nevada. They are racing here in Mariposa, California, near Yosemite and a gem of the Sierra Nevada mountains. As we see, most of the highway here around Mariposa is 2-lane. And because it serves as major access roads to Yosemite and other national park resources, unfortunately for today's race, they've been unable to close the road and we may see an occasional vehicle. Mm. Strauss weaving, whipping, riding through. She's gotten herself into 8th place now. Ooh, narrow miss with the white car. I think her blood is pumping on that motorcycle right now. She knows how close that was.
Damn it.
She's weaving and whipping her way around some crazy off-road sign threading. And now she finds herself, quick as a whistle, in 5th place. Just 1 place out of clearing the course and just 4 places out of winning this race. She's got a tough look here as cars in her front view mirror, also known as the through the visor of her helmet. She manages to clear that traffic. A couple of quick turns in succession here offer some threats to her stability as she presses her break-free style of racing to the limits. She's entered into the 2nd lap, and she's in a good position here, alone in 5th place. There's good distance between her and those trailing. I'm sorry, now it's entered the 2nd lap. And is making time on the opponents in front of her, although we don't... Oh! What a horrific accident, folks. This is tragic stuff. Wait a second. Strauss gets up from that amazingly, gets right back on her bike. It's hard to believe she's not injured, but this is one tough cookie, folks. And she retains sole possession of 5th place. Didn't lose much ground there. That was about as
Damn it.
painless a crash as could be in terms of impact in the race. This one, however, looks to be somewhat more painful. She drops to 6th place, and no doubt another bike is hot on her trail. Fortunately, she regains the road, her balance, and the bike's control, entering into some sharp turns here in 6th place. With the turn coming up over the hill, she enters into the city part and crosses the intersection. Now she's got Biff's in her sights, and he is behind her quick as a whip. Trick car, and wow, excellent. This is why she is the name everyone's talking about right now. Rachel Strauss. Why? Because she pulls fancy shit like that. She jumped over that hill, landed on the grass, weaved and woved all her way through several cars and signs, and emerged on the other side clean as a baby's bottom. Oh, close call there with the signs, but I guess Strauss knows what she's doing. She knows how to cut those edges right down to the wire, right as close as they can be cut. Oh, but there's no avoiding getting knocked over by a head-on collision with a speeding vehicle. Strauss, once again, quick to recover, back on her bike, loses no ground, still in 5th place, entering into some sharp turns here. We've got to watch out for that house. And now she's closing in on Angel. Angel has a sweet name, but a devil of a personality. That's what they say. And with this 5th place finish on this underpowered bike, I think Mrs. Strauss has got to feel very pleased with herself. She's up over $4,000 in cash. A couple more races, she'll have a $1,000 motorcycle.
Okay.
And here we go, folks. Welcome, racing fans. Welcome to an event that is going to be one of the higher rated motorcycle race television broadcasts, perhaps in motorcycle racing history. All thanks to what some people are calling the Caitlin Clark of motorcycle racing, Rachel Strauss. That's right, this young hot phenom is blowing everybody's mind with her throttle technique and break-free racing style that's earned her the nickname the Invincible Wild Woman.
No!
Oh! As you see, Rachel demonstrating right away not afraid to take a punch to the face, get up and keep on ticking. She crashed directly into that vehicle, was completely unfazed, doesn't seem to bother her. She is still in last place, but I see the spirit of a tiger inside of her heart, and you can see it right here yourself, folks, as she has gone that quickly from 15th to 13th place. This is the sort of exciting acceleration, fiendish riding, racing that we have come to expect from this young lady, and that has captivated not just this whole country, but the world. With a bump and a knock and a tiddly too, she's passed a cop and an opponent or two.
Nice rhyme.
Thanks. I learned that at commentator school. Cars are the things that typically pose the most danger to the riders here on motorcycle racing road rash race circuit.
Oh no. Oh no, no.
And we do have Mrs. Strauss mic'd up on her bike today, and you can hear her dismay as she saw that car, the danger it posed, but it was too late to get out of the way. She's lost a lot of ground here, dropped to 12th place, but she's back on her bike and looking to make up ground. That's right, Mason George. Oh, that's right, Mason George Motorcycles. Welcome to the Road Rash Motorcycle Racing Radio Network and Television Network. We are talking today about motorcycle racing phenom, the name on everyone's lips, Rachel Strauss, as she is competing today in a motorcycle road race here. I forget which course it is. Regardless, she's taking her no-holds-barred, accelerator-heavy, braking-free style of racing. Some people are calling the no-limits ultimate extreme racing. And she's making up a lot of ground on a succession of opponents. Not long ago, after a horrific crash, Mrs. Strauss had dropped all the way to 12th place. Moments later, she's advanced not just to 9th, but has passed 9th, made her way all the way into 8th place. Managed to avoid the danger of that slow driving white vehicle who has entered into the race course for reasons unknown.
Oh shit.
It seems obvious here from the commentator's booth that Rachel got a late view on that car, seemed to surprise her, come out of nowhere, but she has quick reflexes, was able to weave her way around it, and now she's closing in on Biff. Unbelievable, folks. You saw it. I believe we all saw it. Biff has taken out some sort of weapon and swung it at Mrs. Strauss. This sort of behavior in motorcycle racing is horribly unacceptable. It's a dark day, a tragic day, a black eye on the sport of motorcycle racing. Rachel Strauss scooting right past cars in her way, jumping over crashed motorcycles beneath her, has shimmied into 6th place, and that's where she's going to finish today, folks. This phenom, not yet at the top of her game, still doing well, but we know as we see her proceed into what's got to be a bright racing career future, that we will see a lot more first and second places to come. And we're off today at the motorcycle races. Player A, also known as Rachel Strauss, has just demonstrated why she's a hot topic in racing, sports, culture, society, arts, letters, everything with that kind of slick technique. She went from meow place to meow place and meow meow. Now, however, she's holding steady in 13th place, managing this early set of turns here in the forest course. I believe it's Redwood Forest, could be Sierra Nevada, but I think it's Redwood Forest. She handles that hill well, but she's got to watch out. She has a tendency to drift out of lane over while cresting hilltops, and that can result in a number, and has resulted in a number of head-on collisions. Tough luck there for Rachel. She just barely clipped that sign, and unfortunately, it took her right off her bike. She's back on it now, but has retreated, dropped back to 15th place. That's last place. That's as bad as you can get. Not necessarily a great racing day for Mrs. Strauss today. Sometimes, Tom, you're just snake bit, right? It's just one of those days. That's right, Barry. When I was racing, usually I had I was really competitive, but some of those days, it was just one of those days where it just nothing went right. Well, we'll see if Rachel has the wherewithal, ability, persistence, and I guess most of all, mental strength to come back from these early setbacks and finish somewhere in the single digits range. Currently locked in last place, but she just passed, and now another brings her into 13th place. She has a little trouble with a car-cluttered quick corner, but she's going to scoot by this white car, I believe, and does, while concurrently knocking out one of the opponents who was trying to prevent her from passing. She scoots past Rex and is now in 11th place. Made up a good amount of ground in a short amount of time, but she's entering a tough part of the course with the hill crest, only one of the concerns that she must face, as faster bikes seem to now be closing up on her from behind. She's gotten herself into 10th place and has held off the threat from Slater charging in her wake. White car scoots past. Left turn makes it fast. Fails to make it fast enough and is thrown a great distance from her motorcycle. This is going to be a long run back to her bike, and she's about to get smashed by a car. Unfortunate. Rachel Strauss, undeterred after being smashed by the car, gets back on her motorcycle and, remarkably, is still not in last place.
No!
It retained. Oh, what happened?
There was a blue car.
There's still a blue car. What's going on? In 13th now, but looking to make that 12th in short order. She does. And is closing in on 11th, which she captures with little difficulty. Now Rachel has Slater in front of her. There's a bumping and shoving going on, but she gets past him with not too much difficulty. Avoiding a car in her own lane, she now has to worry about a car in the other lane coming. Nope, but maybe. Nope, but maybe. Nope. Now she's battling dogfight of sorts with Shiva until two cars threaten her very well-being and life. And she crashes. And she's in 12th place. Now she goes again. Well, Toby, we may not be seeing what's going to end up being one of her best results, but I think we're seeing that textbook Strauss resilience
Whoa!
here. You're absolutely right, Barry. This has been a tough race for Rachel. There's nobody going to deny that. She was that close to getting busted. Fortunately, she managed to escape the cops. But this has been a race that's featured a fair amount of crashes, a fair amount of setbacks. But you know what? She's not giving up. She's not a quitter. And she ends up finishing in a respectable-ish 11th place. Makes $120. She's not going to sneeze at that. Let's see where she chooses next. She's going to Palm Desert. We're going to see how she races out in the hot and the sand and the sun. You know, different racers, Barry, prefer different kinds of tracks. Thanks a lot, Toby. All right, we're back, racing fans, in a different place, but with the same sport, motorcycle racing. Often called the king of sports. And somebody who's beginning to be referred to as the queen of motorcycle racing, this hot new sexy phenom that's tearing up motorcycle race courses around the state. Rachel Strauss, clad in her textbook red outfit. She's known as a little bit reckless, a little bit wild, but nobody to be messed with, because this woman's got talent. Well, I also should mention that her pioneering break-free racing style is beginning to impact some of how other competitors are making their decisions. I've heard several other racers talk about how they might stop using their brakes too. That's fascinating, Toby. That's great sports reporting there. Thanks, Bob. Barry. All right, well, looks like Strauss is having a little bit of trouble with that turn there. She pulls out of that no problem, but causes her to slow down a bit. She's got a racer on her tail in the rear view mirror no longer, as he has passed her. And Biff now claiming 7th place. Oh, no, 6th place. No, Rachel has now reclaimed 6th place from Biff. There's a real dogfight going on here in the middle of the race course. Mrs. Strauss, making the turns, has got to watch out for those Joshua trees. They've got a lot of spiky thorns in them. She successfully gets around one motorcycle, but unfortunately, some signs on the side of the road take her out. She's sprinting back to that bike now, wishing she had been a little bit more cautious when cresting that hill. Acceleration on. She's dropped to 10th place, but she's got Rex in her sights and is closing in on him after having mounted her bike again. With a turn to the right and a turn to the left, she says, hey, I'm the best. Viper appears to have not seen Strauss in his mirror, as he reacts too late to prevent her from passing. And as quickly as that, we see Strauss attaining sole possession of 7th place. It's a tough part of the course here. She's struggling a bit with these sharp turns, is losing a bit of ground, but still doesn't let her trailing opponents catch her. There's a police officer here in front of her. She's trying to avoid him, get past him, and finally does. Oh, that's Biff now in 6th. Nope, now Strauss has claimed 6th place, but now Biff has reclaimed 6th place. Strauss, careful not to crash. He doesn't want to get busted by the cop. The cop on duty today is O'Leary, it should be noted. Strauss has repassed O'Leary, and she's closing in on Beth. She bumps into him, and that slows her down a bit. But she looks to be taking on, and does, recapture 6th place from Beth. Biff's right on her tail, trying to take it back, but she manages to hold on to it just long enough to finish. That's good. That's a good $320.
Okay.
You're getting close. Just a couple
Getting
more
close.
races, you'll be over 5,000. You get 5,200 or so, then you got enough for
Okay.
it. Luke Skywalker says, Boba Fett, you know what I did with you on that Sarlacc pit, my boy? Um, yeah, I believe you set off his jetpack, and he was, you know, flew away against his will. Is that what happened? Strauss, in front of a pack of trailing opponents, holds on to 11th place for now, but it seems very much in danger of being passed. A car!
Oh, I thought I was gonna get around it.
I thought so too.
Oh.
And then you didn't.
No. No. Oh no. Biker.
Look, unavoidable.
14th place.
I only got $40.
Yeah.
Well, you know, all you need is one fifth place, sixth place or so,
Okay.
and maybe two of those, or one first or second place, or third place, and you'll have all the money for what you need for it. You're in 11th place already. Huh? Ooh.
No, no, I was okay. I somehow was okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
6th place. Watch out!
Oh my god. Oh.
Oh! You tell me you have to run all the way back across the
Yeah, there's so many people
intersection.
going ahead of me.
Alright, well, you're still holding on to 12th place. That's better than 11. Now that's better than 13th. Now you're 11th. Oh, God. Oh, what
I don't
happened?
know what happened.
He's got out bumped, I think.
Yeah.
Well, you did finish. That's good. I think you might want to consider possibly incorporating some brakes occasionally.
I don't know which one.
It's S. S is brakes. The thing is, like, when you're coming up on a hill, right, behind a guy who's in front of a car. That's what happened there at the end, right? Without any brakes, you got no choice but to go into the other lane and go around them. If you use brakes, you can pause it for a sec, like slow it down for a second until you're over the hill that car passes, and then go around. You know?
Okay, I'll try.
If you can, I think it would be a good idea to try it. Oh. Watch out.
No.
Yeah, Rachel's playing. But I never played Mass Effect. Wow. Yes, Duke Manson, this is Road Rash. My wife Rachel is playing. I am watching, commentating, etc. at the moment. And as you see, Rachel Strauss, there's a reason why she's the name on everyone's lip in the motorcycle racing circuit these days. She's the hot young phenom who's taking the motorcycle racing world by storm.
No. Ugh.
With slick moves like that. If you'd like to know where you can play Road Rash online, it's at this website called retrogames.cz. Oh no! Oh, yay! No! Yay!
It's like a roller coaster. Oh my god!
Oh, Lordy, Lord. Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lord. Wow. 8th place. Unbelievable that she survived all that difficulty, but only to crash into the back of that white car. Now she's got to run to her motorcycle. Fortunately, she appears to be unhurt in the crash. 10th place, 11th place. She's back on her bike though, and in 12th place, she's got some ground to make up, a little time left. She's trying to make that dollar bills to buy a better motorcycle.
Whoa, I don't even know.
Excellent work. Sometimes better to be lucky than good.
No!
What? Strauss has us all on the edge of our seats here today, as she is
No!
really doing some high risk riding, giving this race every bit that she has in her racing body. Oh, get out of here, you, she says to those two motorcycles. And now she finds herself in 8th place, but then crashes.
Far
Looks like she's
away.
got quite a run ahead of her. One of her less flattering nicknames is the jogging motorcyclist because she's been known to crash quite a few times, has to run back to her bike. But that we can attribute, at least in part, to her wildly innovative no brakes style. Ooh, you are so close. You got 4,900. Just like if you can get like 300 bucks, if you can get 300 bucks on one of these, you're good to go.
Okay.
Starting in 15th place, Strauss quickly puts 3 opponents behind her and now has sole position of 12th place. Turning, weaving, shooting some b-ball outside of the school. Rachel has not allowed any couple of guys who are up to no good to make any trouble in her neighborhood. She's as fierce a competitor as you're going to see anywhere on the circuit. And not afraid to do a little off-roading when the circumstances call for it.
Oh, damn.
Difficult crash as her bike ends up on one side of the intersection. She's thrown all the way to the other side of the intersection. She's in 9th place as she regains her bike.
No!
Then immediately runs headlong into a speeding blue car. She's now dropped to 10th place and has lost ground on the leaders. Eager to make up said ground, she throttles down and closes in on Shiva, whom she passes in short order.
No!
She's shaved off a couple of places and finds herself in 7th, 6th place, but running reckless, running hot, running hard. A car closing in. She saves the day by getting around the car, knocking Biff behind her. She retains possession of 6th place. This is a wild and woolly affair we're watching here today, as Rachel Strauss is really putting on a show. Do I procrastinate? Sometimes I do. Oh, yeah. She's riding hard and hardly riding. In 5th place now, she is closing in on Mr. Hoghide. She seems eager to close that distance, but could see her riding a little aggressively here as she is some trouble retaining control of the bike. She's now found herself stable in her lane, making a left turn, hoping to pass Muggity Meow before the race ends and hoping not to crash in the interim. Akira is in front of her. Angel now is behind her, I think. Butch. It's hard to say who she's closest to. Watch out for those cars. She Georgia the jungle that one, but incurred no impact. In sole possession of fifth place, she just needs to avoid a catastrophic crash here, and she should walk away from this race with some good money. That was some saucy riding there.
No. Damn.
This game is hella crazy.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
it's
is.
classic Road Rash. It's Road Rash 1. In fifth place. That's
Okay,
good
so
job.
I
Good
should get
money,
some money.
Rachel. Yeah. It's $360. You got enough.
Okay.
Now it's time to buy the $7,000 motorcycle.
What do I press?
I forget. You were the one who figured it out. I think you said C, but the C is what? There it is.
Did I get it? No, wait. Oh, no. Did I get it?
I don't know. Did you? Can you go back? No, it's too late to go
I
back.
think so.
I am tweaking.
No.
Really? Sasha used to play this on PC. Bowtie for Life 100 says, childhood memories. Well, you know, what's interesting is Rachel and I were just for the first time ever played this game or heard about it or knew anything about it just a couple of days ago, a few days ago. And Rachel and I both were like, this game is so fun. What's going on here? And Rachel has got much more of an enthusiast even than I about it. And she's been practicing a lot. She's gotten PDG, which is to say pretty darn good at it. Maybe we will try this. Oh, how do you like your new bike? Does it work better?
I don't know if I got it. I don't think I did. It's
You think it's the
red.
same bike?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess you didn't get it
I don't know
successfully.
how to choose. I forget.
Big Dog Mofo says don't forget to punch, but this is part of Rachel's style. She doesn't like to be distracted by punching. So she
Buttons.
doesn't even include brakes, okay? She just,
I try. I need to learn how to like use my brake. No.
yeah, we know you can kick as well. You punch and hold the down arrow to kick. But I'm with Rachel. I punch a little bit occasionally, or maybe kick every once in a while, but I find that more often than not, it's not worth it. It causes a problem more often than it solves one. Ooh, weavy weavers. Some nice weaving techs.
Thanks.
Get out of here, copper. Oh.
I just want to get my new bike.
I know, that's fine. Just finish this race if you can. Why don't you use the rest of this race just to practice braking? Have one finger on S and try braking into corners and stuff.
Okay.
save you from crashing. You could.
Yeah, I could.
And I'll save you some time if you don't crash.
Oh, damn.
S. Yeah. You just try to keep the finger on S, you know? One finger on S, one on X. Uh-oh, there's our Leary. Get out of there, quick. You don't want to have to pay a fine.
You have to pay a fine to get 15?
No, if you get caught by the cop.
Oh, the cop.
Break!
Oh, I did it too late.
Hopefully, the damage to your bike doesn't make it worthless. So, there.
Okay,
Now,
so
I would say push X, right? But no. So, okay. Go push C again. Oh, which is Z. Okay, now go to that one and push Enter this time.
every time I do that, it goes.
Alright, so then push S.
C.
Push C or Z. And what if you push Z?
There we go. Mine.
Alright, cool. Alright, good. You got a new motorcycle. Now, I am tweaking. If I see Dread, I'm going to take his club and liberate his head. This is very, very violent.
Now I
sensor.
have blue stuff.
Or you have a blue bike.
Mhm. And a helmet. That's blue.
Oh yeah, you have a blue outfit too. How does it feel?
It's definitely faster. What?
One of the things about faster, it may mean you have more of a need to use the brakes.
Yeah. No. I used the brake.
It'll take a little while for you to really feel comfortable incorporating brakes after not using them for all that time, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, this is right there. Oh, what was that? A cow?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, well, that you no way you could have seen that. This man is definitely famous. Sashi says, pay attention to the signs, Rachel, and start turning early. I'm sure she does. This man is definitely famous, says the kiss. Is the cow okay? The cow, I'm sure, is fine. But if we get the game, this is on a on a website called retrogames.cz. Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh. Am I gonna be busted?
I hope not. No, you should have got what's in
No, I didn't. I
you.
know.
Escaped. Oh! Did you use your brakes that time?
No.
No?
Oh. Alright, ninth
Ninth
spin,
place.
11. Do you want to try?
Yeah.
See, you can see, you feel how different it is.
Okay. I'm gonna go Sierra Nevada.
It's good. It's a good choice.
My home course of Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
Fuck. It's really hard to use the brakes.
It is. You have to really be able to see things coming because you're moving so fast.
No!
I know.
This game.
This game. Nice. Whoa! What?
Come on.
I know.
I didn't even
You
hit
did not
anything.
hit the sign. I believe in you. Yeah, Mr. Strauss doing it all too.
Use the brakes successfully.
Yeah.
This is the most, like, body tense thing I can even conceive of doing. Oh!
It is though.
It is so tense.
It is so tense. Like, it's dramatic. It really is.
But we're into the hard part of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, I braked. I broke. Okay, let's take a break.
Yeah. I think it's a good time.
This scoundrelly game. Get out of here, you. Get out of here. Yes, I'm worse than Rachel, okay? Because
But I've had more practice.
well, most importantly, Rachel is a gamer inherently. She likes playing games.
That's true. But you're good at this game.
Rachel, I'm happy that you're better at this game. I wouldn't have it any other way because obviously you like it more than I do. I like it a lot. I think it's a great game, but I just don't really care about. I can't seem to make the leap to getting better at a game. Like I used to feel satisfaction at that, but I just don't seem to anymore. Jet Moto, says the kiss. Dead Kennedys. Hi, Dead Kennedys. You are a band I listened to. I mean, if Rachel wants a console, I could get her one. We still have an extra TV here or something, right?
No, it's at the other place. We can bring it back.
No,
though.
we have another one though, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
You can move it into your room
Yeah.
and put a console and connect it to a TV up there.
We don't have to get a console, really.
I mean, I have no inclination to get one, but
Yeah.
my first inclination to Boba Fett is, uh, no, shut up. Most significantly, though, in conjunction with the other thing I was saying, which is you actually are quite a gamer. You like to play games on your phone a lot. But I don't know if that would mean that you'd want to play games on a console. Like, I thought, oh, you like to watch YouTube videos a lot. We'll get a laptop and a TV set up in there, and you can watch your YouTube videos on TV up there. You never once did that.
I know. I don't know why. Like, I did it once. I don't know
Oh,
why.
did you? Well, it's just you prefer to. You're probably mostly listening to it, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't want that deal, Boba Fett. If I were going to do something like that, I would do what I actually want to do, but haven't gotten around to, which is get another laptop.
Yeah.
It's good enough to play something like Baldur's Gate. Should be fairly pricey laptop probably, which is why I haven't done it. Nobody in the stream ever gets enough sleep except Rachel. Rachel only sometimes gets enough sleep.
Yeah.
Just because she sleeps in late doesn't mean she sleeps more than us, right?
No, I sleep 8 hours.
Yeah, she just sleeps at an odd time. Okay, so I had some notion of doing something. Not sure what it was.
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Cool.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Of course, darling. I may join you not too long, but I'm not quite tired yet.
Enjoy yourself.
All right, thanks. I'll try to do so.
I love you.
Love you too, darling. So Baldur's Gate 3, Sashu, because that's the one I want to play, and that's the one that has very high system requirements. That was just a peck on the lips. I don't think that qualifies as a problem, you know. I don't want to sleep when I die, okay? I want to sleep on many different occasions between now and when I die. Sleeping is the satisfaction of wonderment impressed upon a slice of softness. Rocky Road is the best flavor, says Wolf Chief. Well, you know, the thing is about these YouTube polls, they only let me put a maximum of 4 choices. So we discussed it some and we picked these 4 choices. And surprisingly to me, vanilla is in fact the winner. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Doctor Who would wear. I have this habit of building up a sleep deficit, and then recovering all that lost sleep. Cat down the road says meow. Just like vanilla zingers, vanilla ice cream is king. Hmm. I've not tried any other flavor. I don't know how many flavors of zingers are there. Is are the normal ones yellow or zingers? The yellow zingers the normal ones. You're currently suffering insomnia. Huh? Well, I would suggest the normal sleep aids. Couple Tylenol, couple Benadryl, shower, masturbate, hope for the best. Those are the ways of the world. What am I doing awake? I am sitting here. Currently, I'm answering you. Why? I don't know, dear. Time? It what? 2:10 in the morning, 2:10 a.m. 2 in the morning, police at my door. Chachak your chicken. You're suffering from 338 subscribers on YouTube. That's not too bad. That's more than 0. Do you make a lot of videos? And if so, how many videos do you make? Is it more than one? These are the questions of your life. You go live, huh? Live like me, live like the bee, a vertical live stream in now G. Is that how you stream? Vertically? If you don't, you're missing out on probably plenty of views. If you do stream vertically, how long do you stream for at a time? Cotton is the fabric of our lives, says Doctor Who would wear. This isn't a Coke spin. This spoon is from my grandmother's and then my parents' silver set. I use it. It's too big to be a Coke spoon. I use it to scoop weed. This from the grinder into the bong. Rachel just went to bed. If you rewind the live stream a bit, it'll show it. It's not this perfect for a Coke spoon. You got some big nostrils if you're gonna fit that in there. I will show you, Rachel. Actually, I figured out how I could show it to you. I mean her, but I mean a picture of her. Hmm. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. I'm full of coughs. I'm full of coughs. I'll tip you $50 if you eat a spoon of weed. I don't generally believe in doing tricks for money. Meow. Meow. What a wonderful kitty. Here's a photograph of Rachel. For whoever wanted to see Rachel, that's Rachel. She takes a lot of pictures of herself. Mostly it's like 5 pictures that look to be the same in a row, except each of them has a different shade of lipstick on. Is that Rachel? Hey, there she is. There she is. That's my beautiful darling. Here's another lovely picture of her. Oh yeah, in films? Where do you know her from? Let's see. What time is it? I might have missed one or two in between here because I wasn't always paying that much attention to the chat. But I'll just note the ones I don't miss. Gypsy Rose Blanchard reminds me of Rachel. Not that she would have someone kill her mom. Is that what Gypsy Rose Blanchard did? Just reading glasses? Yeah. Just reading glasses. Um, who just got out of? Oh, well, Mint Films, what I'd say is first answer my question. Where do you know Rachel from? You lost your virginity to her. What's your name? Where are you from? Okay, what's your name? Where are you from? Where did you meet me? You met me at church, huh? Where are you from? Okay, well, I don't go to church. What church did you purportedly meet me at? But more importantly, where are you from? You don't have to be super specific. Well, that doesn't make any sense at all. I don't go to church. How long ago did you lose your virginity? Oh yeah, he's from Troll City. I agree. But it's one of those things that it. I have actually talked to an actual ex-boyfriend of Rachel here on the stream before, um, and it was fine. But uh, it makes me allow for the possibility that is that somebody actually is ex-boyfriend or something. So that's why I try to verify that sort of thing. If I'd never had the experience before actually talking to an ex-boyfriend of hers on stream, then well, sure, yeah. Obviously, it's gonna be it would be a bummer if he It would have been, it would have bummed me out had it been real. He is a troll because if he weren't a troll, he'd give me details that could actually verify or falsify, you know? But you know, it kind of makes me sad that people are interested in doing that, right? It's like, obviously, there's a biological phenomenon of jealousy that occurs in not just human beings, but in other species, animals, plenty too. And it's like, it's concerning because the person's defaming my wife, in other words, making false accusations, statements about her, in order to provoke an emotional reaction from me that's predicated on false information. So it's such a it's such an ugly thing to do, you know? It's kind of disturbing. Mint Films, by the way, has been around YouTube for quite a long time. He started his channel in 2012, which I think is the same year I started my channel. Although I didn't actually start uploading stuff that year. Right, you don't have anything to hide. I agree. The scenario that he's pitching is inconceivable because he's saying that he met me and around the same time he met you at a church. He shook my hand, whatever. And that after that, you and he had sex one time. It was his first time, and it might have been yours too. Except you and I met 4.5 years ago, a little more, maybe. And I can guarantee you, no uncertain terms, that 4.5 years ago, at age 34, you were not a virgin. I mean, I am a very jealous person, you know. And I'm jealous about, uh, it doesn't have to be like something happening even possible, right? Could be, I'm jealous just hearing her talk about this one time I was at Meow 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 and I saw this painting. I immediately think, well, who were you there with? Some ex-boyfriend of yours? You're like, I was there with Billy. Oh, okay. I like to pretend you don't have any previous partners. I guess it's not entirely wrong to say you bummed the geezer out, if assuming I'm the geezer. But it's not. It's not a very long-term bumming. Obviously, it it didn't validate as real. It still painted an ugly picture in my head. Also, I'm winding down, you know. I'm just not, I'm not in a particularly saucy mood or whatever. Like, sometimes, most of the time when I'm streaming, I'm ready to handle whatever comes my way because I've like got on my battle armor or whatever. I don't, things don't actually impact me. But when I'm tired and rolling down, running down, then I'm a little less Teflon. Well, I think I'm 53. She's 39. She's 39, I'm 53. And why is she with me? Because I'm badass. No, that's not why she's with me. She's with me because she loves me, adores me, even, I would say. And I feel very strongly, you know, the same kind of enthusiastic attachment to Rachel. I think it's fair to say neither of us have ever been in a relationship that's anywhere close to this one. We're compatible in terms of our personalities. That's one thing. But we're compatible in a lot of other subtle ways too. Some things that might matter a lot to any two people, some things that might just matter to me and Rachel a lot, you know. Yes, Mint Films, I do. You fill in all 5 steps for her in the Maslow emotional pyramid. I'm not sure what the Maslow emotional pyramid is. I'm familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's me, Ajna. And the thing is, Mint Films, life's good, you know. I got a lot of things that a lot of people would love to have, including a wife who's 14 years younger than me, while I'm in my early 50s, and who looks younger than me than that, because she's a very youthful looking 39. But ultimately, no matter whether people think they'd like to have that sort of thing or not, what I have is a wonderful marriage with an individual human being named Rachel. And it's wonderful because she's all the things that you look for in a partner. She's a teammate, a lover, a friend, and you know, a partner on YouTube with me, you know, an enthusiastic member of the community, and also filling a role as kind of a matriarch of the community. Although it's not like that at all, but by virtue of being married to me, she's an enthusiastic member of the community before we ever imagined we'd ever conceivably get together. So yeah, it's pretty fucking fantastic. It seems to elicit a fair amount of animosity from people. I think some of that is just jealousy. Some of that is just a displeasure with things that deviate from expected norms. Some of it might be an honest, false understanding of things that perceives me as some kind of cradle robber. The thing is, the relationship before this one I was in, she was exactly the same age as me. I thought, great, I'm going to get with somebody my own age. That's a good choice. We'll be on the same page generationally, and that'll be wonderful. Well, she was toxic and horrible. I broke up with her. I thought, well, how about I try maybe instead of local in my own age, how about remote and anything over 30? The rest is history. It's great. I'm not sure how to live a good life, be happy, experience the bounty that I'm lucky enough to enjoy without causing other people to get antagonistic about it. But I could just be antagonistic in return. Like, fuck you. I'm not sure what that would do. We've been together for 4.5 years, like I said. She was 34 when we met. I was uh, 48, I think. Yeah. Sometimes in the year we're 13 years apart, sometimes 14. But anyway, she was 34, I was 48. Now she's 39 and I'm 53. A little bit of Addie's. No, Rachel and I are not planning on having any kids. I already have a daughter. She's 25 from a different wife, previous wife. I'm not on much Adderall. I'm getting tired, you know. Well, I had to think about what time of year it was because, like I said, sometimes of the year we're um, 14 years apart, sometimes 13. Well, it could happen. She could, in theory, get pregnant. That's true. Uh, my pullout game is not weak, though. And I it seems likely that I'm not shooting especially deadly bullets, you know. Given the fact that I smoked cigarettes for years, which damages your sperms, did a bunch of other drugs and stuff. Probably I don't have an especially high sperm count, I would guess, but maybe I do. Who knows? My like appetite for sex hasn't really changed much at all since my maybe mid to late 20s. I sort of went went down a little bit from maximal teenage hormone stuff into just a steady adult sex drive or whatever. It hasn't changed much at all. But that has nothing to do with whether your sperms are viable in terms of impregnating somebody. Also, I think Rachel's not especially fertile. She's got some kind of ovary thing, I think. So, fingers crossed, meowgy meowst. It is not like I'm gonna get a vasectomy. That sounds like torturous. How many times in a week is healthy? It depends on the person. Depends on the. That's actually not true, mid films. It's bullshit, apparently. I've read about it. That's what they used to tell me, and probably you, I guess, in school and so forth, but it's actually an urban myth. What's PCOS? Team Israel or Team Palestine? My answer to this question is lettuce 2024. Iceberg, romaine, whatever. Eric Ten Hag, I don't know what that means. If the Lord got Rachel pregnant? Okay, Mint Found, you're being needlessly crass. All right? If that were to happen, and it doesn't, but if it were, it would not be by accident. Polycystic ovarian syndrome. Yes, that's what you have. Some ovary thing, as I call it. Go co man ud Eric Ten Hag. What in the world does that mean? Are your eggs rarely fully developed? Okay, cool. But what I was saying, what does it mean? I mean, what does go koa man ud to Eric Ten Hag mean? That films, you're being inappropriate, okay? Well, you think I look like him? Yeah, I do kind of look like him. Check this out. This is the guy who he's comparing me to, especially with this outfit I'm wearing right now. Look at him. Now look at me. I can see the comparison. I can see it. Film says, if I was inappropriate, I'd be using different vocabulary. No. No, if you were playing fast and loose with getting timed out, you'd be using different vocabulary. You're trying to skirt the edge, you know? Well, Mr. Janus and I go way back. I know. I know both Hugh and his wife Gaping and their children puckered and bleached. But I have to disagree. I don't think I look like them. We bear no resemblance whatsoever. Chip says, bro, you so chill. Thank you, Chip. I think I will. Chill, chill, chill all day long. And that's how I'll become so strong. I am feeling quite chill right now. I'm not going to continue streaming indefinitely. I think I will, however, probably play something on the guitar before I wrap it up. Yes, I've tried LSD. And you know what they say, if you first you don't succeed, try again. You could list a bunch of drugs. I said, have you ever tried? No. More often than not, the answer would be yes. Some of the times it would be, of course, I love that drug. Other times it would be, I actually don't like it. I did try it, but I don't like it. But sometimes it would be, no, I've never tried that. Like, have you ever tried fentanyl? I never have. Don't want to. I'm not interested in any opiates or opioids. They make me feel sick. Yes, I've done DMT on multiple occasions. I did mushrooms last night. Isn't mushrooms a popular thing right now? I don't know if it's a popular thing or not. It just has certain advantages over other possible alternatives, you know? There you go, everybody. I'm going to play you a song that I often enough play because it gets a good response from people usually. It seems like there might be some new ears here, so hopefully for some or a majority of you, you've not heard this song before. There's a song of mine called Gregory in Disguise. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run mad. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach up found not guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them because he's Gregory in disguise. Well, there's no accounting for taste, you know. I would assume that the stuff you do like, it would concern me a little bit what you say if you like good music. What's something you think's really good? Meant films. I mean, you've proved yourself an unreliable narrator, for example. There are some good Bob Marley songs. There are some. Santana is not good. Fleetwood Mac, they got a couple good songs. NIGG. I was able enough to anticipate the ER. Little Pump. See the one who does a bunch of drug addicts in here? Yeah, he's only got that one good song. So, you know, Mint Films, your taste in music isn't terrible, but well, like I said, you're an unreliable narrator, and additionally, I have too much experience with evaluating shit tons of music, various music that I think is any range from horrible to perfect, you know. Like this artist called Bunt too. Let me see. Check it out. Do you have a specific song you recommend? Well, this one has 3.6 million views. Why don't I listen to that one? Okay, well, I get where it's going on. That's fine. So I you like stuff that's almost good. I get it. You're not the only person who does like stuff that's almost good. A lot of people are really really easily bought into stuff that's almost good, and that's better than most. You know, like most people can't even do that. So good job. My favorite band in the '70s. I mean, it wasn't a great decade, right? It was a pretty self-indulgent decade. This is a problem. This is a thing that encounter a lot on YouTube. Like, so here's a playlist for things that are actually good. Okay, and you know that little pump song would conceivably that one little pump song isn't on this playlist, but could conceivably be. That makes the list. But I don't even know when you say you like Lil Pump. I guess as an artist, I mean he's got one good song. You know, if you mean you like that song, then okay, good taste. If you mean you genuinely like him as an artist, then I don't know quite what to make of that. But so here's a playlist of of you know, it's not a perfect playlist, but it's better than any other playlist you've ever encountered. And it will help you to understand stuff that's genuinely good. It's not a perfect playlist. I'd like to edit it a little bit more, but I'm not going to edit it right this second. You can broadly rely on this playlist to guide you. You're in good, safe hands with this playlist, okay? Do I like Motown? I mean, what I like are excellent tracks slash excellent songs, excellent compositions. I'm not interested in genres, meow, 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 meow. Nobody gets to ride on their laurels, you know. Um, just because you made one kick-ass song, two kick-ass songs, I will listen to those two kick-ass songs potentially, occasionally, forever. But that will not get me interested in your catalog of work. Beyond that, if it's not bearing the same quality level of fruit, take some band like Fastball. They have two brilliant songs, brilliant tracks. The rest of their catalog stuff is totally disposable. Grateful Dead, terrible. Almost totally disposable. Mario Munoz. We are in California. I mean, all of those people mostly made mistakes. Why did you slam them? What did they do? Why are you slamming middle schoolers? I know I probably said some bad examples for you. I am ashamed of some of my past behaviors. With my yelling at children and stuff. I know I wanted that win, but You don't need to yell at children, Eric. Where am I? There it is. Third in DI, first in HI, second in PF, fifth in Congress. What do you mean you slammed them? Or what does slammed these kids mean? These kids killed it? Is that what you're trying to say? Whose kids were they? What's his name? You know, that guy. That Bay Area coach guy. He means his kids killed it. Brooks, thank you. Did you have? Oh, you worked with the speech kids, and they did great for you. Good job. I do not like Frank Zappa at all. I think Frank Zappa is horrible. Things need hooks, introverted intuition, clarity, concision, vision, not weirdness and self-indulgence. What's the story behind the artifact in my hand? This is Firecrotch. She's a smoking facilitator. Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, the thing is, the best answer to the question, New York, Finland, is to check out this playlist, which is my playlist of great tracks, you know? And that'll give you a good sense of what music I like. It's got 174 tracks on it, all of which I consider top notch, or they wouldn't be on the list. There may be a couple of exceptions here. In other words, there are some tracks that get on the list for tryout period. I want to pull them off the list. They end up sort of getting buried on the list for a while, but by and large, I vouch for every single track on this list. Yeah, it's hard to answer the question other than that way, because I like everything that's fantastic and nothing that's not. But, you know, that's not a very informative answer to people, right? That's the best answer, but it's not very informative. I just linked it. You just click it. Here it is again. Or the other thing you could do is go to my channel and channel search the word Chappie, because the playlist is called Chappie Tracks. Black Napkins is the anthem. Okay, well, Zappa may be a god, but he's not a god of something you want to be a god of, right? Like, you don't want to be the god of porta potties. You just applied for a gynecology job? Clapton also maybe a god, but not a god of anything you want to be a god of. I think Prince is good. But, you know, he's got a lot of good compositions, good tracks, and a lot of filler as well. But that's normal. He's got more hits, like classic, timeless tracks, than most people by a large margin. So kudos to him. Like, Darling Nikki's a great song. Um, I find myself singing Raspberry Beret periodically, Little Red Corvette. Let's Go Crazy. He's got a lot of hits, you know. When the Doves Cry. That's right. I forgot about this joke I had that um, I meant to, whenever I think, like, what jokes have I made up? One of the jokes I made up is this. Do you know what it sounds like when the doves cry? It sounds like this. Boo, hoo, hoo, hoo. Boo, hoo, hoo, hoo. I mean, I don't think Elton John is a good songwriter at all. He has accomplished a couple of successful songwriting efforts, right? But by and large, mostly terrible. I think Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting is a pretty good song. And, you know, maybe like No Long Yellow Brick Road. That's pretty good, I guess. It's just self-indulgent, overly arranged, like, just bad. Just whenever you hear Elton John, you should immediately reach out and change the channel on the radio, or try to figure out how it was that you ended up hearing Elton John, and see if you can prevent that from occurring again. The Beatles are not overrated. Zeppelin is dramatically overrated. The Beatles are the greatest rock band of all time. They have the most timeless compositions, tracks, and the fewest misses based on total body of work. And they definitely represented a synergistic event, because none of them made anything as good in their solo careers. And Beach Boys are not overrated, but the Beatles are still much better. Beach Boys deserve their accolades, but the Beatles are still much better. Zeppelin, they have their moments, I guess, but they haven't aged well. I mean, they're still way better than the Rolling Stones or the Who, obviously. Or, you know, the Grateful Dead or other horrible 70s bands. But haven't aged well. Like, another band that's definitely way overrated is Pink Floyd. Ponderous, self-indulgent, pointless, pretentious, hasn't aged well. Elvis Presley, I failed to see the appeal. Teenage Wasteland isn't a Led Zeppelin song. You crazy. I think Teenage Dream is a great song by Katy Perry. That's a good one. Hey, I'm a big fan. Did you listen to the rock group in the 90s called Disc Deck? No. David Senko? I did not. Oh, okay. Well, that's not a particularly good one of those, all right? Like, generally those play out in terms of the mics. There's one way, Mike Hunt, Mike Uchi, Mike Oxlawn, Long, Mike Ox Smells, Mike is everywhere, Mike Ants believe it's not butter. Do you have any new hobbies? Well, Abraham, one of my new hobbies is collecting mics. Okay. I meet a lot of mics around here. Smell or is everywhere. Mike is everywhere. Was one Acacia made up. Mike and to believe it's not butter is one I made up. Other new hobbies? I mean, I'm live streaming the shit out of live streaming right now, Abraham, because I don't know if you noticed, but I have got like double the subs that I had like a year ago. It's pretty crazy. I'm up to 17,000 now. 17,000 strong and growing. My dog stains. Little feet. Algorithm. The Almond Brothers. Meh. I'll tell you, here's one that you don't think of often, but ought to get more respect than it does. Creedence Clearwater Revival. There's a good band. No, I'm not streaming. I streamed last night. I'm just chilling. I'm just gonna go to bed pretty soon, actually. Or turn this off and watch some TV and then go to bed. Seemed to me I was gonna do something, but I never did. Who knows what it was? Oh well, lost forever. I guess I will probably shower before bed with my showering hands. No disrespect, but they're so simple and the chords and the lyrics. Who's they? Who are we talking about? We got over 50 people to visit on live. Yeah, oh yeah, sure, fun times. In general, have you heard of a group called Mountain Leslie? West was the lead guitar player, and he weighed so much that he couldn't get life insurance. Yeah, you don't stream back-to-back days. Butter my brisket. I've not heard of that, no. I'm not sure what I've topped out at in terms of concurrent viewers, but probably as many days as not, I'll top out at over 50. Occasionally over 60. There have probably been a few occasions that I've gotten higher than that, but I don't remember my exact peak. No, I've never heard of mountain, and I'm not sure what Leslie West's like health and life insurance eligibility has to do with anything. David Gilmour's guitar, the Black Strat, fetched the most for a guitar at auction, 3.3 million. Who's David Gilmour? Do I ever buttercup? I don't know what that means. Do I ever put a cup of butter in my butt? Yeah, every day. No, I don't butter my butt, obviously. Kevin Dowdle says he's had around 90 viewers at one time. Encourages me to keep at it. And he only has 7 subscribers, so. He also joined in 2012. We've had a 2012 Miggity. Oh, you mean I've gotten to 90? Oh, he says, I've seen around the 90 viewers, Eric. Oh, he's talking about my channel having 91 points. That seems plausible. I don't recall exactly, but thank you for your input on that question. I see. Mississippi Queen, a mountain. All right, I will listen to it for a second here. I almost seem like I recognize the song. It's basically you're just straight ahead southern rock. He does get a good tone out of his guitar for sure. I like the tone on the guitar. Rory Gallagher. I'll check it out. Kind of reminds me of Cream. Sunshine of My Love. The guitar tone, at least, does. All right, I will check out Rory Gallagher. Dead as of June 14th, 1995. I mean, I I really don't like that kind of arena rock, prog rock plus guitar solos. I really don't like that kind of stuff. Oh, I hate Bob Dylan across the board. I think he's a bad songwriter. Um, maybe his best songwriting accomplishment is Mr. Tambourine Man, which is mid. And I just think he's horrible, pretentious, a sad story, really. It's like he was told he was a genius. On some level, he knew he wasn't, but he kind of bought into the energy of the time and stuff, and turned out to be, in my mind, a really tragic figure. Like, I'm sure deeply conflicted because in reality, he's a complete artistic fraud, not of any value. And yet he's living this lie that he wants very much to believe, but he's not sure. But he's got all these people around telling him it's true, and horrible. I feel very sad for the guy, really. The worst case scenario. Guns N' Roses, yeah. I mean, what everybody should do, instead of asking me whether I like this or that, or telling me, hey, this is good, and letting me check it out or whatever, they should listen to Chappie tracks and experience actually good music, start to finish, all the way through. You're not going to have any serious misses on that list. Maybe a couple of things that are borderline stuff that may not entirely belong on the list, because the list is the list of champions. You've got to have a timeless track that's excellent from concept through execution to make it onto that playlist. You will note I don't have any of my songs on that playlist. So no, I'm gonna go to bed pretty soon. What was the name of the band I mentioned? The Grateful Dead are bad. I don't know what band I mentioned. I just said Chappie Tracks is a playlist that you should check out. It's got a lot of different bands on it. Yep. Dead Iranian president. Let the conspiracy theories fly. Chappie Tracks. Chappie Tracks is the playlist of good songs. The thing to remember is I have songs that are worthy of making that list, probably, but I don't necessarily have the execution, the tracks. There's a list. I put a link right there. If you want to remember something and search for it or whatever, if you channel search, my channel is just the word Chappy, Chappy, then it'll pop up Chappy Tracks, or the link to it's right there. But I acknowledge, and probably should have forewarned, you probably should have said this before demonstrating it rather than after. I am a self-admitted music snob. Like a super snobby music snob. So that's not very likable. I get it. I tend to tell other people who like different music, not just that we have different tastes, but that they are wrong and the music they like is bad. So naturally, people don't like that. Sometimes people tell me that too, but I just figure they're deluded. I don't know. I wholeheartedly believe I'm correct about these things. So I'm sure other people believe that themselves too, but they shouldn't. I'm definitely not tone deaf. You ever take a dump with a shirt so long you have to tuck it under your chin when you wipe? Yeah, I would. I would instead do this though. I would pick it up and put it over my head like that way, so um, so that it just stays out of the way for the whole duration of the poop until after I'm done pooping. If I had on a long meow. Eric, I'm 70 years old and I was growing up with 70s music, 80s comfy, 90s. I don't like heavy metal. I can tell you that. Well, I like what's good now too. I don't I don't excise anything because it's old. If it's a great track, it's a great track, right? But I like to try to stay current. I periodically go on new music hunts on YouTube, and I feel very pleased when I find something that really slaps, and I'm listening to it 2 weeks after it was released. I just stay relevant. I just like good music, and you got to keep looking for new music because you get tired eventually of the pile of existing good music that you listen to. I think it's insane and ridiculous. Okay, I think I'm ready to wrap this up. A long stream. I want to watch a little TV. Oh God, I hate that band. Tool is absolutely terrible, shockingly bad. Tool is just the Dave Matthews Band. It, it's the Dave Matthews Band with more distortion. Terrible band. Tool. Nobody should ever listen to that band. Terrible. Anyway, thank you all for being here. I've had a wonderful evening hanging out with you. I hope you've enjoyed. It's been a stream that's featured a variety of different things. Until next time, I bid you the fondest of farewells.